Tonight, the Silver Boot Series resumes as the Texas Rangers visit Minute Maid Park. Eric Bedard gets the nod for the Astros and has pitched well since the All-Star break, posting a 2.60 ERA. The Rangers have won 9 of their last 10 games, surging them to the top of the division race with the Oakland A's. The Astros and Rangers start a 4-game set next on Comcast Sports Net. Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, it's the opener of a 4-game weekend set. The Astros meeting the Texas Rangers. The battle for the Silver Boot tonight resumes. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby as these two teams meet. And the Rangers have gained 6 games on Oakland in the last 9 days. They're in a virtual first-place tie, Ashby.
Yeah, they've certainly helped themselves, Brownie, with an acquisition in the starting rotation and one today for Alex Rios as well. I think they're a better-looking Rangers ball club because of these deals. Matt Garza, the key guy in that starting rotation, he's really good. He's not just a name out there, but a guy that pitches good baseball, 7-2 on the year, and the beginning of the season with the Chicago Cubs. Good ERA at 3.09. The whip tells a big story, just over the 1 mark. Opponent's batting average, on and on. He's a good one, and he goes against the Astros tonight. Eric Bedard goes for Houston. He's had his struggles, 6 consecutive starts without a win, but 4 of those have been on the good side. He's given quality work, including a no-hit bid into the 7th inning. Battling left-hand hitters right here, making it look good, although they're actually the guys that have done well against him on the year. Right-hand hitters have had a struggle. Eric Bedard needs to just continue to go out to the mound and provide a good effort for the club.
For the Astros, Robbie Grossman swings the sizzling bat. He takes a 10-game hitting streak into this one tonight.
Robbie Grossman, switch hitter, but lately doing what he couldn't do early in the season. That's swinging well from the left side of the plate. He's come up with a little bit smaller bat, wants to be quicker. The lighter stick is enabling him to drive the baseball, and some changes he's made while in the minor leagues. Now 3 home runs, his first 3 in the big leagues. The 10-game hitting streak Brownie mentions, swinging it very well and looking like a guy who wants to be in this lineup every day the rest of the way.
And the Astros swing to a 6-man starting rotation now. That's the topic for Julia Morales in just a moment.
in town for 4 to take on the Astros, and it starts with Eric Bedard on the mound tonight. He'll face Matt Garza, but the lefty is one of 6. A 6-man rotation that the Astros now have in place. Bo Porter said that the reason behind this was a day off, some really impressive performances by some rookies, and then a struggling bullpen. He thinks this will give his team the best chance to win. Recently, Bud Norris, one of those starters, was traded to the Orioles. So a couple of rookies stepping up, really trying to fill that role. Brett Overholtzer, Brad Peacock, Jared Cozart, all pitching so well that they've shaken things up. But this 6-man rotation now is definitely going to be a part of the process here with the Houston Astros. Here's pitching coach Doug Rocaille with our Geico quote of the game.
Here's the thing. We're going to lose games. We know that. We're going to win some games and surprise a lot of people. But the thing is they're pitching right now to learn from their mistakes so that when it's time for this team to rock and roll and this pitching staff take over, they've already learned from their mistakes. We're going to make a lot of mistakes because we're young, but you have to hope that those mistakes don't cost us a game and it doesn't lead to 5- and 6-run innings. But that being said, you're going to have to get some 4- and 5-run innings so that they can learn how to get out of it, so that the next time it happens, they recognize the situation, they know what to do to get out of it.
I mentioned Bedard going tonight. Here's how the rest of the weekend will go against the Texas Rangers. It's going to be Brad Peacock facing lefty Derek Collins Saturday night's matchup. Then Bo Porter has a couple of southpaws going Sunday and Monday. Dallas Keuchel and Brett Overholtzer will take on this loaded left-handed lineup for the Rangers. And the other two to round out that 6 rotation, Jared Cozart and Jordan Lyles, who will make their next start on the road against Oakland. All right, coming up, Astros and Rangers will take the field to open up the final series between the two here at Minute Maid Park. First pitch and lineups coming up after the break.
Astros baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Whataburger. Try one of Whataburger's all-time favorites 24 hours a day. Another very hot day. Astros and Rangers playing a wraparound 4-game series. The Monday game will be a 1:10 start. And now in game 1 of this set, the Rangers come in with a lot of momentum. They've won 9 of their last 10. And here's the game starting now as Leonis Martin steps up. And he's been one of the catalysts out of this leadoff spot. First pitch to him is high, ball one for Eric Bedard. To a .279 hitting Leonis Martin with 6 homers, 24 runs batted in. .325 is his on-base average. Third baseman Dominguez in on the grass at third. And he's bunting in the air. And is caught by Jason Castro around number 1.
Nice reaction by Jason Castro. This is not easy to see off the bat, but it looked like Castro saw it right away. And then you deal with that little pop-up that doesn't have any real impetus coming your way.
Leonis Martin is followed by Elvis Andrus, Ian Kinsler, Adrian Beltre, A.J. Pierzynski, Jeff Baker, Craig Gentry, Joey Butler, and Jurickson Profar. Now Andrus stepping up with a 3-game hitting streak. Still has not hit a home run this year. He's driven in 36. And he bunts. Barehanded, the throw is off the base, and Andrus has reached. Bedard had to rush. It was a well-placed punt, and his throw took Wallace off first base. So Andrus is aboard.
There's something you don't see very often. A couple of guys starting the ball game back-to-back bunting. Tough play here for Eric Bedard. Had he made a good throw, looked like he might have gotten Andrus.
Ruled a single. And Andrus has used his legs to accumulate 30 stolen bases in 33 attempts. He's aboard for Ian Kinsler. Andrus 30 for 33. Eric Bedard has allowed 4 steals and 5 tries. Jason Castro has thrown out 15 of 62. Kinsler is a pull hitting second sacker, takes a strike. Has 28 career leadoff homers, but he's in that number 3 spot with the 10 homers and 48 runs batted in for Kinsler. Ian, a 17th round pick in 03 by the Rangers. He went to Arizona State and Missouri. 31 years old, born in Tucson. He looks at a pitch up, and it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. The Rangers don't have the offense they did a year ago. Now they've lost Nelson Cruz, actually.
Alex Rios should go a good ways. Probably shy in terms of the power game, but in helping the Texas Rangers and Ron Washington keep that offense going. That's a pretty good acquisition, I think, for the Rangers today.
He should be in the lineup tomorrow night. Ground ball. Dominguez gets in front of it, throws to second. Altuve on to first. A one-hop throw not in time for the double play. Dominguez quickly moved to his right, and the ball got hung up a little bit on Altuve, it appeared. So out number 2 goes from 5 to 4.
Yeah, there are plenty of third basemen who, at the point when Matt Dominguez finally gets it together, feet planted, wouldn't go to second base, would probably fire onto first base. So a heady play there by Matt Dominguez, a lot of confidence in his abilities.
At home, Eric Bedard is 2-2. His ERA is 2.79. Adrian Beltre is the batter. Slugging cleanup man, usually a third baseman. Tonight, DHing. Beltre's having another big year. He looks at ball one with a .319 average, make it a strike. He has 25 homers and 70 runs batted in for Beltre. And he is tied for the American League lead in hits with 145 to go with that .899 OPS. Very fine year for Beltre. On this road trip, he's gone 11 for 23 with 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. And it's 1-1.
Behind Bedard tonight defensively, Jason Castro behind the dish. Around the infield right to left, Brett Wallace, Jose Altuve, Jake Elmore, and Matt Dominguez in the outfield. Brandon Barnes in center, flanked by L.J. Hosen right and Robbie Grossman in left.
Rangers are 7-2 against the Astros in the battle for the silver boot. They lost on opening night here to Bud Norris, but they have won 5 games in a row since then at Houston. And they're 5-1 here at Minute Maid Park. Their all-time record at Minute Maid is 26-16. Beltre is 5-25 against Bedard. That's fouled away, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Beltre right in the core of this Texas hard-hitting lineup, which has scored 500 runs this season. The real question, though, is what kind of run production will the Rangers be able to get from now on out, with Rios to replace the right fielder Cruz starting tomorrow night. Ron Washington's team has had quite a turnaround since he held a 45-minute clubhouse meeting after a game. They had lost 8 of 10. Since then, they've won 9 of 10. So that clubhouse meeting is being pointed to as a turnaround. Bouncer up the middle. And here's the throw on to first as Elmore makes the play for out number 3. No runs, a hit, and the man stranded. No score in this one. Porter's Ball Club in the midst of a 7-game homestand. Robbie Grossman leads off in left field. It's L.J. Hosen right. Jose Altuve at second base. The cleanup man is catcher Jason Castro. The DH is Chris Carter. Brent Wallace is at first base with Pat Dominguez at third. Brandon Barnes at center field and Jake Elmore the shortstop.
Matt Garza on the hill tonight for the Texas Rangers. He's a good one, and now in his 4th start with Texas, he's 1-1. The club is 2-1 in his 3 starts to this point. The ERA continues to be very good. 16 strikeouts, 4 walks, doesn't walk many. The opponent's batting average against would tell you this is one tough customer, and with the Astros going against Garza tonight, they are up against a guy who can really hold the hit totals down. Defensively for Texas, A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. Around the infield, Jeff Baker, Ian Kinsler. Elvis Andrus has been playing good baseball, and Jurickson Profar, who plays all over the place. In the outfield, Craig Gentry in center, flanked by Leonis Martin in right, and Joey Butler in left.
First major league start for Joey Butler from Mississippi. His family has traveled here to watch him. He's had 1 at bat. Now Robbie Grossman up to get it started. Matt Garza pitched a fine game in Chicago as a member of the Cubs, beating the Astros back on the 21st of June 3-1, giving up just 4 hits and 1 run in 8 innings. He walked 1 and fanned 8. Robbie Grossman with 3 homers, 12 runs batted in, carries a .265 batting average and a .361 on base percentage. The on base percentage leads the Astros. 10-game hitting streak for Robbie, and during those 10 games he's gone 17 for 36, .472. Third baseman Jurickson Profar is on the grass, and bunting against Matt Garza is a prominent thought. He is not a good fielding pitcher at all. In fact, one of the worst in the majors. There's strike one.
On top of that, has shown an inclination of late to get a little rattled when that bunting game is employed.
Eric Sogard of Oakland put down 1 of 4 bunts against him in that game. And then a Twitter war erupted between Garza and the Sogard family, which led to apologies. First 28 games, 198 for Robbie. Since his recall, 472. He's a different guy.
Yeah, primarily from the left side of the plate, because early on this year, right-handed, he swung it well. But the left side, he was a pretty soft out. Right now, anything but.
Garza really has excellent stuff. It's 1-2. He's 29 years old. Lifetime record of 64 and 63, but in his best years, he has been top notch. 2010, 15 and 10 for Tampa Bay, including a no-hitter. Part of their World Series club in 08. It's 2-2. He was a first-round pick by the Twins at 05, the 25th player drafted that year. Missed some time with elbow problems. Fresno State college background, born in Selma, California. Now back still 2-2 to Grossman.
His fastball here in the first inning, 90-91, not really in the range where he had made a living a little earlier in his career, and I don't know if at this point if he's just not loose or if he's settling in at maybe a lower figure with the heater.
He has been averaging 93 this year on his fastball. Pitch that's been serving him better and better as the season has progressed is his changeup. He gets a strikeout.
Well, after a number of fastballs, he turns to that over-the-top hammer to pick up the strikeout. And you can see how Robbie Grossman reacts on it. Just swings right over the top.
This is Garza's fourth start as a member of the Rangers. They gave up a package of minor league talent in the trade to get him with the Cubs. Right-handed pitchers C.J. Edwards and Justin Grimm, infielder Mike Olt, and a player to be named. L.J. Hose has a .241 average. He's driven in a couple. That's strike one to Hose. Jose Altuve on deck. Bounce by Garza out to second. Kinsler with the release. 2 outs. Rangers have definitely had the Astros number going back several years. They've won 11 consecutive series from the Astros. All-time record against Houston, 49 and 32. They have won 9 of the 12 Silver Boots awarded for the season series. Some of those were 3-3 ties in the season series awarded to Texas on the basis of more runs scored. Jose Altuve at .279 with 4 homers has driven in 37. Ground ball to shortstop. Elvis Andrus makes it a 1-2-3 first for Garza, and no score through 1.
From MLB.com writer Brian McTaggart, who said Astros have the youngest major league roster in baseball with average age of 25 and a half. Houston also has a league high 14 rookies on the roster, and the most recent rookie in this clubhouse is Kevin Chapman, a hard-throwing left-handed reliever who got the call yesterday, and he's coming into a very comfortable clubhouse playing with a lot of these guys in AAA over the season, including Robbie Grossman, who was his roommate in AAA. So Grossman very happy to have Chapman here.
A.J. Pierzynski gets it started in inning number 2. First pitch to him is strike one call. Pierzynski at 273 has a dozen homers. He's driven in 44. He has hit well against Bedard, 7 for 16, 2 home runs in his career against Eric. He goes for that one, and it's an 0-2 count. Pierzynski last year hit 27 homers for the White Sox. Drove in 77 runs. He became a free agent. Texas signed him. Glittering career numbers against Bedard for Pierzynski, who's 36 years old. He pokes this line drive to left. That'll fall in for a hit in front of Grossman. On the 0-2 count, Pierzynski singles for hit number 2 for the Rangers.
I've been on teams where managers were furious when you gave up 0-2 hits, but a lot of times it looks like this: a pitch out of the strike zone, the hitter just does something right, even though it wasn't a good swing. Certainly wasn't a good located, a well located fastball, but Pierzynski wins out in the end.
Sometimes the hitter deserves some credit on those 0-2 pitches. Jeff Baker has absolutely tattooed left-handed pitching. He looks at strike one. Mitch Moreland is a left-handed hitting first baseman. Baker gets the call tonight. 310, 9 homers, 16 runs batted in for Baker. Baker's been hot in his last 19 games. He's hit 298, 5 homers and 4 doubles, driving in 9. It's no balls, 2 strikes. As you indicated earlier, Bedard has been more effective by far against right-handed batters. You see the splits on Baker, and that would be the matchup Ron Washington would choose. But maybe against this lefty, it might be different than those 375 numbers for Jeff.
Kind of odd. I would never guess it with Eric Bedard. He has that kind of turn towards second base delivery and slings it from the first base side a bit. And all in all, that adds up to what you would figure to be rather a tough angle against the left-hand hitters. You can see the numbers, and clearly they say the right-hand hitters are the guys he's gone after and gotten the job done with.
Baker hit a home run here off lefty Wesley Wright on May 10th. Jeff is 32 years old. He was born in Germany. Played his college baseball at Clemson. Drafted by the Rockies. Then he was a Cub. He was traded to Detroit, moved along to Atlanta. Texas signed him as a free agent this January to a AAA deal, and he's worked out well for their major league club. That's in the air, and Wallace watches it head for the right field line. Ho's coming over, but it's out of play for him. Still 1-2. Kevin Chapman is here, as Julia told us, replacing Travis Blackley in the Astros bullpen as a lefty reliever. 45 games for the Red Hawks. He was 1-2 with 3.20 ERA. He held that batting average down to 223. Came from Kansas City in the Quintero Bourgeois deal, and there is number 66.
Well, the bullpen just got younger, and I think in the long run that has to be a good thing for the club.
That's strike 3. Baker caught looking for the first strikeout for Bedard.
Eric Bedard will work that inside corner, and he works it effectively here. Jason Castro takes it right where he wanted. Jeff Baker appeared to feel like the pitch was inside, but that's exactly what every pitcher wants, working the inside edge.
Cotton candy being balanced. It's always a balancing act.
Can you really balance your intake of sugar while eating cotton candy?
Which way will the scales of cotton candy tip for those fans? There is strike 1 to Craig Gentry. A 3-game hitting streak for Gentry at 248 average. That's a good time for a few sweets. 1 homer, 12 runs batted in for Gentry. I was just chuckling at that number 66 Kevin Chapman is wearing. We're looking at a lot of high numbers with all these rookies Julia told us about. 14. A lot of high uniform numbers on the Astros now. You have to earn your way to a low number, Ash?
Sometimes you do. It's also, I guess we have to mention it, football season coming upon us, and so you got to kind of go with the season, I guess.
There he is, left guard, Kevin Chapman.
Working the blind side.
You see that movie, Blind Side?
Yes.
Good movie. Showing bunt. Gentry pulls back the bat, and it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Now we have 5 rookies in the Astros bullpen. Josh Fields, Jorge De Leon, who still has not made his debut, Kevin Chapman, who has not made his, Josh Zide, and Chai Jen-Lo. Do you ever remember a club with 5 rookies in the bullpen?
No. No, I don't think anything even close to it. It's going to be a challenge, and it has been a challenge since Jose Veras was traded away.
In for a strike. 2-2 to Gentry with Butler on deck. Gentry, an excellent defensive player. Craig was drafted in the 10th round in 06 by the Rangers. He's from Fort Smith, Arkansas, and went to the University of Arkansas. Rangers outfield production has been down this year. Bouncer to second. To Hopper. Altuve with the flip. Elmore the middleman. 4-6-3. Double play. And the Astros get their 128th of the year to keep this game scoreless through 1.5.
The Astros continue their series against the Texas Rangers tomorrow through Monday. Don't miss your chance to see the Lone Star rivalry for the last time at Minute Maid Park this season. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to get your Silver Boots Series tickets. Guys.
4-game wraparound series. Remember, the Monday games at 1:10 start. Oh! We have a warring family. Maybe. They're just friends. Astros and Rangers side by side. Yeah, that's been great about this Lone Star series. Down through the years, we get to see a lot of that in both venues. The Astros will be up in Arlington. That's on the third city of the next road trip, which starts after the Monday finale here. Jason Castro at 267 with 13 homers has 42 runs batted in. He's on an 8-game hitting streak. If he gets a hit tonight, that ties his career high 9-game streak. 30 doubles for Jason Castro. That ranks 5th in the American League. He looks at ball 1 from Garza. During the 8-game hitting streak, Castro's been hitting .333. He lashes this one high to right field. A no-doubter for Jason Castro. Number 14 for Castro. 43 runs batted in and a 9-game hitting streak. That makes it 1-0 Houston.
The Astros all-star can swing it. Yeah, this is nice to see that power side for the catcher can really play well. And the Astros have not been a good power team when you analyze with other clubs, but Jason Castro as a catcher really slots in well, and he got a pitch to handle and took every bit that he has in that cut.
That ties Mitch Molesky's 14 home run season of 2000 as the tops by an Astros catcher in recent years. 445-foot bomb for Castro.
Told you we'd get a ball up here.
Yeah. And now Chris Carter fouls that one back. Carter played Monday night against Boston, had Tuesday and Wednesday nights off. Regularly scheduled day off yesterday. Back in the lineup now after doing some extra work on his hitting. Club leader in homers, has 19. His average has fallen to 210 after a recent slump, but he had a long home run to center field against Garza, and the Astros were in Chicago to play the Cubs back in June. And taps that one foul.
That slider right there from Garza can be a very tough pitch on the right-hand hitters.
Nice late break, and that's a tough area down and away for the hitter to try to protect.
He's not throwing again overly hard yet this evening, but that slider will just leave right-hand hitters over the top and in front of most of the time.
He gets a strikeout. That's number 2 of the night. Astro hit a 3-run homer last year off Garza.
And then after the slider, you come right on the hands with the heater, and it all adds up to the strikeout.
1-0 Astros, and it's Brett Wallace batting next. Wallace sports an 8-game hitting streak. His average is 233. That includes 9 homers. He's driven in 24. Fouling it back there. Strike 1 to Brett. Brett, since his most recent recall from Oklahoma City, June 25th, has hit 270. And his slugging percentage in that time is .566. And you see the OPS since his recall, .889. Ground ball goes foul. No balls, 2 strikes, and Brett knows that a pitcher with a really good fastball is going to try to work him inside.
It has to be what I would think every batting practice session for Brett Wallace is all about. What can you do to handle the inside and still be able to use your strength with the pitch away?
Coming inside here. And that's strike 3. Strikeout number 3 for Garza.
Now, one thing we're figuring out quickly is that Tom Hallion, the home plate umpire, likes the inside edge. And that's a good thing. For any pitcher or catcher that's watching a ball game, they like to see this inside corner call.
Tom resembling Frank Pulley on that strike 3 call. With the turn, he's joined by Phil Cuzzy, Chris Miccioni, and Ron Culpa on this umpiring crew.
He's a little emphatic about that call.
He was. Dominguez wraps one. Here's a backhanded play by Profar. Profar throws him out. And the Castro home run makes it 1-0 Houston, number 14 of the year for Jason. 3 rolls around, and Joey Butler, whose contract was just selected by the Rangers from Round Rock on Monday, gets his first major league start. He's had 1 at bat. He's looking for his first hit. Has family here from Mississippi, where he grew up. He went to the University of New Orleans. That is strike 1 to 27-year-old Joey Butler, a 15th round pick of the Rangers in 08, born in Pascagoula, Mississippi, lives in Moss Point. He's had 5 minor league seasons prior to this one. He's hitting .290 at Round Rock. And Julia is familiar with Joey Butler. She covered him at Round Rock. 1 ball, 1 strike. Last year, Joey had a big year, an all-star season in the PCL with 20 homers, 78 runs batted in for the Express. It's 2 balls and a strike now for Eric Bedard. With that low home ERA of 2.79. Trying to pick up win number 4 of the season. Wins have been tough to come by for him. Astros not scoring many runs in his starts. It's a broken bat hit just inside the first base bag. Butler's headed for second base. The ball picked up by Hose. First major league hit for Joey Butler is an opposite field double.
And if he's one of those guys who likes to be able, maybe someday down the line, display the bat and the ball for the first major league hit, the bat is going to look a little less than ideal. I think he shattered it pretty well on this ball. But when it's all said and done, just go ahead and bounce it off the top of the bag. Runs well, by the way, going from first to second. You can see he can air it out.
First career hit puts him in scoring position for Jurickson Profar. Corner outfielders move in for Profar. Profar is on a 6-game hitting streak. He's a switch hitter. He's hitting .182 as a right-handed batter in 55 at-bats. One of the top prospects coming into this season. He had just 17 major league at-bats last year. Profar, born in Curacao, signed as a free agent by the Rangers in 09. He went 0 for 6 against the Astros in the series at Arlington in early July. Wallace picks in on the grass. Profar bouncing one that way. It goes foul. Profar is moving around and playing different positions and finding himself at third base tonight with Beltre, the DH.
And that's what he's done now in his first season in the big leagues, is play primarily at second, but he's played at short and third and then in the outfield. Been very valuable to the Rangers.
Ron Washington's club is rolling now. Has caught the Oakland A's after trailing by 6 games. Winning 2 of 3 at Oakland a few days ago. That's it for a strike. And Bedard jumps out in front 0-2. Butler on at second. The Rangers won 2 of 3 at Oakland, then they swept the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. So they come in with a 5-1 record on this road trip.
Yeah, if the Angels weren't aware that they're not very good prior to that series, they now are officially aware.
Rangers really ran a lot in that series. Tap foul. Had back-to-back games with 6 steals against the Angels.
Yeah, the guys that do the running primarily for Texas, Elvis Andrus and Leonis Martin. Greg Gentry can run, a guy that doesn't play quite as much.
Strike 3 call, and Bedard has to love that side of Tom Allen, turning sideways, punching out Profar. Profar makes a little demonstration of his displeasure. Out number 1.
Yeah, we're working inside edge again, and this appears to be a very good pitch. And Tom Hallion getting in some sort of new exercise program, I think.
Yeah. It's umpiring aerobics. Gotta like it. He's selling that call, Ash. He's into this game.
He's got his own personal trainer awaiting his return at the end of the game.
Leonis Martin is the batter. He fouled out trying to bunt. Now it's ball 1. Has he been watching old Leslie Nielsen tapes?
I don't know about that. Well, haven't seen a whole lot of the moonwalk, but might be winning here on the third strike call.
Now, when you were catching, that's a shot off the rail. We'll get to that in a moment. A reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. So when you were catching and an umpire had a demonstrative strike three call, were you aware of all the histrionics behind you?
I knew it was going on. Frank Pulley was pretty good. He had a nice little tidy kind of tight one that he put on the guys. There was a guy named, what was the Hacksaw, former wrestler that did some umpiring, I believe, in the American League.
Yeah.
Reynolds?
Luciano?
Not Luciano. And he was a wrestler as well, I guess, as well as just about everything else known to man.
I don't know Hacksaw, but what about Dutch Renard?
Well, Dutch, and I've said this before, but he'd come out with that hauler of his for the strikes right from the first hit or first pitch of the night. And I'd laugh at him and say, Dutch, you can't keep that up. And he'd say, watch me.
Elvis Andrews, the batter. Andrews reached with that first inning single on the bunt. He's a .319 career hitter against Houston. But the batting average in the second half of the season against Bedard is .158 since the All-Star break. Andrews takes a look at it, and it's ball one. And Bedard picked up the save on opening night in relief of Bud Norris here. He went 3 1/3 innings, didn't give up a run, and saved the 8-2 win. It was 4-2 in the sixth when he came in. Steams that one in, and it's a 1-ball 1-strike count to Andrews. Marvelously talented player. Elvis is going to turn 25 later this month. Texas signed him to a contract extension, and they have his services secured through at least 2018. A lot of us don't realize what we'll be doing in 2018, but Elvis Andrews has security to know what he'll be doing if he's healthy. 1-2. You think that's a good thing, all these long-term contracts all clubs are ponying up for now, Ash?
You know, it's a fair question, and sometimes they work out great, but what we always wind up hearing about are the ones that don't work out so well. And well, there are a few around right now that go along with some very big name players. For instance, Alex Rodriguez, Albert Pujols, Josh Hamilton. Those are going to be tough to pay off at some point if they're not already.
Alex Rodriguez is making his Yankee Stadium debut in 2013 tonight. Yankees lead Detroit 1-0 in the third. Ground ball, Matt Dominguez goes to Brett Wallace, and it's no runs despite a leadoff double for the Rangers. A 1-0 lead for the Astros after 2½. History is brought to you by MD Anderson, making cancer history. Let's flash back to August 9th, 1982. There's Alan Ashby. The Astros defeated the Giants 4-3. Alan Ashby hit 2 homers off John the Count Montefusco. And John was counting 1, 2. That's enough. Don Sutton got his 11th win for Houston.
Those were the days, Brownie.
What a character he was, though. He
John,
threw hard.
The Count.
He had plenty of braggadocio. And I think he predicted before a game of the Reds he was going to strike out Johnny Bench 4 times, and Bench hit a long home run off him. So it didn't always work out, but he was always entertaining.
You know, I think he meant to use that prediction in the game against me, but that wouldn't have worked out either, as it turned out. But he was hogging up the airwaves, I think, on Saturday morning cartoons for the kids, wasn't he, for a while?
Yes, the Count. The Count. Nothing like the Count on Sesame Street. Brandon Barnes leads it off. His daughter, Kennedy Joy, celebrated her 2nd birthday yesterday. Special time for the Barnes family. Fly ball goes out to shallow right center field. Martine coming in. A 1-pitch out for Garza. And tomorrow night it should be Alex Rios in right field for the Rangers. He was claimed on waivers by the Rangers. We're past the non-waiver trading deadline of July 31st, but deals can still be made. In this case, they were made because Texas claimed Rios on waivers and then worked out a deal with the White Sox. Jake Elmore, 250, has 2 homers. And deals could also be made if a player passed all the way through waivers.
Alex Rios has one of those deals that we were talking about, tough ones for clubs to accept, but the Texas Rangers know they need some help right now, and they were willing to kind of gut it up with that one.
Well, the other part about the Rangers budget now that's changed is they no longer have to pay Nelson Cruz because he's been suspended. And there's the trade, cash and a player to be named later. That player is rumored to be Leury Garcia. We'll wait and see if that's true. Decent numbers for Rios with the White Sox. 2 balls and a strike. Apparently, from what we're hearing, Leury Garcia, if he is indeed the player, would have to first pass waivers and then would be announced as part of that trade.
Any player involved in a deal at this time of year is going to have to go through waivers. Which, of course, is why the trade deadline is such a big deal. You can make deals without clearing guys through the waivers. But also why you hear of a number of deals being made this time of year, year after year.
Oh, there'll be more. That slash foul by Elmore. Elmore and Wesley Wright will take part in a baseball softball clinic for kids tomorrow at Sunnyside Park at 10 o'clock in the morning. Sponsored by community leader Schlumberger. And instructors from the Astros Foundation, Urban Youth Academy also would take part in that. Schlumberger funded significant refurbishments at Sunnyside Park as a part of the Astros Community Leaders program. That's out to center field. Gentry. 2 outs for Garza. Garza's 2-3 against the Astros in his career with a 3.88 ERA. Since June 16th, he has had a 1.77 ERA and a whip, walks and hits per innings pitched of 1.00. That is outstanding.
He will throw strikes. He will not put you on via the walk very much when he's on his game, and I'm not sure he's on his game tonight. He'll pick up some strikeouts. And no one has bunted on him to this point. I thought that was the big ploy of the evening.
Well, we thought it might be.
There's the over-the-top curveball, and to this point, Robbie Grossman having a tough time with that pitch.
Grounded to first. Jeff Baker makes it 3 unassisted for out number 3, and after 3, it's 1-0 Houston. Houston 1, Texas nothing after 3. Ian Kinsler leads it off in the 4th inning against Eric Bedard. Rangers have 3 hits. The Astros have a Jason Castro long homer. Bedard is upstairs and it's ball 1. Kinsler bounced into a force play in the 1st inning. He's a lifetime .330 hitter against Houston with 10 homers, 25 runs batted in. He rocks this line drive over Elmore and into left center for a single for Kinsler.
Ian Kinsler, a guy that has maybe slowed down a little bit at this stage of his career. At one time, very good power hitting second baseman and a guy that would steal a load of bases. But he gets the barrel to this one very well.
He's aboard for Adrian Beltre. Beltre grounded a shortstop in the 1st inning. He has hit the Astros very well this season. He takes strike 1. Kinsler has 7 stolen bases in 14 attempts. He is not running as much as he has in his best years. Last year he was 21 for 30. Twice he has stolen 30 bases or more in a season. Rangers have been running a lot more in recent games. It's 1-1. Ron Washington was asked, well, is that in response to losing Nelson Cruz? And he said, no, it's just playing the game we're supposed to be playing it. And they've been successful in 13 of their last 14. They ran wild against the Angels, had 7 on Wednesday. And the Angel catchers didn't have much of a chance to throw anybody out from what we were told.
Rangers are just 1 stolen base out of the lead in the American League in terms of stolen bases. Cleveland leads in that regard now.
1-2.
Recently saw the Red Sox. They were leading and now they've fallen a couple back. So a number of teams kind of bunching up there, among them the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
They're just 5 back of the leaders in stolen bases.
That's true. Both these clubs have turned it up on the base paths in recent weeks. Bedard misses, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Bedard has induced 8 double play grounders in his last 8 games, and then 1 tonight, making it 9 in 9 games.
What Bedard does to shut down the running game is he employs that slide step very well. It's not about a great move. It's not about a lot of tosses to first base. It's about quickness to the plate.
Foul back by Beltre. Beltre, 34 years old, began his career with the Dodgers. Had some very big years for them, but then got away and went to Seattle before 1 season in Boston. His first year as a Ranger was 2011. And both years as a Ranger, he's hit more than 30 homers, driven in more than 100. Fouls it back and is on a very good pace to make it 3 consecutive years as a Ranger in the 3,100 club. He was the Rangers Player of the Year last year and 3rd in the Most Valuable Player voting.
He's really become the core player for the Texas Rangers.
And ranks very high among all-time third basemen in production.
People talk offense. His defense brings talk down on the field as well.
In the dirt, ball 3, and it's a full count now.
For me, probably Adrian Beltre and Evan Longoria in the American League, the elite third baseman. Now, Evan Longoria hasn't been quite the same with the bat this year, but defensively, those guys are absolutely stellar.
You can make a case that Beltre belongs up there with some of the great names at third base, some of the Hall of Fame names at third base in Major League Baseball. Chipper Jones, of course, is headed for the Hall of Fame. And the Hall includes 24 players who played predominantly at shortstop, 20 at second, 21 at first, but only 16 third basemen in the Hall of Fame. Some think Chipper Jones will be number 17 and Adrian Beltre will be number 18.
Well, just about guarantee you number 17.
The line shot going foul with Kinsler on the move. Yeah, Chipper's a lock, isn't he?
But the way Beltre is putting year after year the numbers up, he's got a great chance of being somebody on there. If it's 18, so be it. Guy is absolutely terrific.
He has 2 more years on his Rangers contract, plus a player option for 2016. So if he remains productive over that period of time, he's going to look very good to Hall of Fame voters. Kinsler not going this time, and it's ball 4 to Beltre. Now runners at first and second for Pierzynski with nobody out on the first walk by Bedard. Julia.
Thanks, Brownie. We want to tell everyone to join us on August 23rd for our next big and bright Friday night. The Astros take on the Toronto Blue Jays at 7:10. Stick around after the game for the best fireworks show in town, presented by Marathon Oil Corporation. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets.
Very popular here, the Friday night fireworks. Eric Bedard facing A.J. Pierzynski. Pierzynski down in the count 0-2, went for a high pitch and poked a line drive single to left field in the second inning. A good hitter throughout his career. Last year really exploded in terms of homers, but he has a .284 career batting average. And the dirt, ball 1. Pierzynski was drafted by the Twins, but was a long-time Chicago White Sox. He was with them starting in 05 through last year.
Good guy to get your double play with.
That's true.
By the way, I think we have figured out that umpire I was trying to mention with the great call. Ken Kaiser was his name.
Oh, yeah. Ken Kaiser.
I believe he was an American League umpire at the time.
He was. He was. That's a looping fly ball hit to shallow center field. Barnes comes up with it. Stop sign at third for Kinsler. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Pierzynski's 2 for 2.
Brandon Barnes does a nice job charging hard, getting rid of the ball quickly back into the infield, and that keeps everybody to a 90-foot advancement. Just gloves it and immediately get it back in. Put something on that throw to the cutoff man.
Bases loaded, nobody out for Jeff Baker. Baker played for 3 major league clubs last year: the Cubs, Detroit, and Atlanta. .268 is career average with the bases loaded. He took strike 3 first time up. Big cut there. Strike 1 to Baker. Baker hurt his thumb for a game June 13th.
Curveballs turned into a nice early strike getter for Eric Bedard.
Baker got an enthusiastic high five from a teammate and sprained his right thumb before that game in mid-June.
Curb the enthusiasm, guys.
It's 0-2.
And again that hook.
The hook's been statistically a very good pitch for Eric Bedard. 189 batting average against his curve this year. He's thrown a high percentage of fastballs, well, a little bit higher than major league average, not tremendously high. He's thrown his curve 18% of the time. Baker wasn't chasing, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
After a couple of curveballs to start him, at that point it was hump up time. That fastball at 93, that's the high mark this evening, and just seeing if he could slip one right on by.
Usually a veteran pitcher who's been through many a game, as Bedard has, will realize bases loaded, nobody out. All right, if we can limit the damage here to 1, that's going to be acceptable with a 1-run lead. It's only the 4th inning. chances of getting out of this bases loaded, nobody out situation without a run scoring are very small. And a high strikeout pitcher, of course, has a better shot at doing that. In the dirt, and Bedard is throwing a higher percentage of curveballs tonight, about 38% so far.
Once you start throwing it and throw it for a strike early in the count, and then you polish off some hitters with it, you're likely to stay with it. I think that's been the case for Eric.
Last triple play involved Morgan Ensberg starting it. 2004.
I think Morgan started a lot of things.
That's in tight, and it's 3-2 now after being 0-2 on Baker.
As a pitcher, you want this pitch all the time. Bedard has gotten it a couple of times tonight, but right here, that could have been costly for the Rangers.
Baker has walked 8 times. He's had 101 at bats. Gentry's on deck. Grounds a foul.
For Eric Bedard, since July 14th, you got a little bit of before and after going on. Before, the ERA at 4.67, since down to 2.82. So that we're talking about the last 4 starts primarily for Eric Bedard, and you can see the strikeouts way up over the 11 mark now since that date. Home runs allowed down to 0 is about as low as you can get that figure.
The big 3-2 pitch is coming here in a moment. Bedard threw a 2-hit shutout with 15 strikeouts for the Orioles against the Rangers in July of 2007, back when he was really humming it. He's had 3 shoulder surgeries. This one gets by on a swing and a miss, or was it? It's a foul ball.
I don't think Jason Castro thought it was a foul ball.
No, he didn't. The way he ran after that.
Yeah, his pursuit says swing and a miss, and I better go get this thing. And again, you know, it's Eric Bedard on the hill. And on that glove side for the catchers, it has been a nightmare this year. And talking to the catchers with the Astros, Eric Bedard has this fastball that just takes off and sails, and you could see at the very last moment as Castro reached to his left, it just wasn't enough of a reach. That ball sailing away, and I don't think there was contact here by Baker. Yeah, Castro saying, come on, man, you got to let me know when you're going to throw that sailor, and Bedard smiles like I know, buddy.
A light moment here with the bases loaded, nobody out. Altuve was smiling. On the final out of the game, that strikeout on Matt Dominguez to win the ball game Wednesday night. Bo Porter got thrown out. It's out to center field. Runner tagging at third. Barnes with the leaping catch. And he throws back in toward the shortstop Elmore. Sacrifice fly. It's 1-1 as Baker gets his 17th run batted in. Kinsler scoring. Beltre advancing from second to third.
This was no sure thing catch in center field either. This ball actually seemed to pick up a little bit of a hook as it moved a bit toward left center field. And that takes it all the more away from the center fielder. You can see the athleticism there of Brandon Barnes. He goes after the ball well, but at the last moment he relies on that athleticism to kind of jump into the play.
Yes, he did.
This is just a good athlete. He knows, I better go a little bit more. He roams it well in center.
Now runners at first and third, 1 out for Gentry. Gentry bounced into a 4-6-3 double play. There's Beltre breaking on the squeeze, and he's going to score as Bedard throws to first. And the Rangers squeeze home the go-ahead run to make it 2-1. Gentry picking up his 13th run batted in.
These are not your grandpa's Texas Rangers. Used to be that the Rangers would just outslug you. And now we're dropping down squeezes and stealing bags all over the place. It's a different look club.
Beltre was coming on the suicide. Gentry put it down. There you see it. Not only did the run score, but then Krzyzewski also moved from first to second on the sacrifice by Gentry. Now Joey Butler. Butler got his first major league hit, a double in the third inning. Correcting what I said earlier, that Bo Porter rejection was on Castro's strikeout in the ninth. That was not the final out of the ball game on Wednesday. Fouled away, but Bo was emphatic tonight before the game. Ash, when I asked him about it, he said, "You know, I'm not sure that the ball hit the dirt or not. I'm not sure if it was a foul ball, but I really wanted the home plate umpire to check with the other umpires."
Yeah.
He chose not to do that.
And I think that's what Jason Castro was upset about it. At least check on the play if you can. It is a very tough play. Any catcher knows you're not even dead certain yourself. So how can the umpire be?
Well, we saw clearly on the replay that the ball bounced in the dirt.
Yes.
And the call was foul tip. Well, it couldn't have been a foul tip with the ball bouncing in the dirt, but that's the call that stood.
Yep. Yeah, as it was called and with what we saw, clearly it was not correct. It's one of those where I'm not sure you can hear three sounds. The three sounds being bat, dirt, and glove. Happens so rapidly.
One and two.
It's a tough inning for Eric Bedard. He was very close to a strikeout against Baker, didn't get it, then threw a pitch that I believe was swung on and missed, but was also missed by Castro. That could have been a strikeout.
Could have been a strikeout, and a run would have scored on it.
Well, with the catch, of course, you're always hoping as a pitcher that you get the clean catch.
Yeah.
And bottom line, Texas Rangers have found a way to put a couple of runs on the board, and Bedard trying to hold it right here.
And look at the 26 pitch fourth inning, blowing up his pitch count to 65 now. His average this year is 17.7 pitches per inning. That's seventh highest in the majors. Big cut there, and Butler is down on strikes. And the Rangers hustle their way to 2 runs on 2 hits. They leave a man. They lead it 2-1.
Saturday, August 24th, as the Astros take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Be sure to get to Minute Maid Park early, as 10,000 fans will receive an orange home replica jersey. That's nice, courtesy of Coca-Cola. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for your tickets.
Nice look. Blue Jays, Saturday the 24th. 3 more games to go on this homestand. We'll give you the pitching matchups for those as the Astros bat here in the home fourth with L.J. Hose leading it off. Matt Garza has needed only 29 pitches to work through the first 3 innings. He now has a 2-1 lead. He got Hose on a grounder to second base. Tomorrow night at 6:10, it's Brad Peacock and lefty Derek Holland. And we'll be on the air with Astros pregame live at 5:30. Sunday, it's a 12:30 pregame showtime. Dallas Keuchel and Martin Perez will be the pitchers. Matchup of lefties. Monday, also a 12:30 pregame showtime for Brett Oberholzer and Yu Darvish. Strike to Hose. Very young Astros club now with all the 14 rookies. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. It's a land of opportunity for these young players. Hose getting his chance with the Bud Norris trade, bringing him from Baltimore to a Houston uniform. And J.D. Martinez has been out for weeks with an injury, so Hose is getting perhaps additional playing time. We don't know how the time would be distributed if J.D. were healthy. 2 balls and a strike.
Time lost for one player is time gained for another, and you never know how it plays in the end.
It's 2-2.
Pretty healthy cut right there on the slider.
Yeah, it was a bigger swing than we see him take sometimes.
It's a tough pitch, but L.J. Hose is not caught just kind of trying to flare one.
Garza works the count full now. He is 0-2 at Minute Maid Park with a 7.36 ERA lifetime. He lost a 2-1 complete game here to Brad Myers in 2010. It's a fly ball out toward the gap in right center field. Hose will turn and head for second base as it bounces off the 373 sign. The throw comes into Kinsler, and that's a double for Hose, his second as an Astro.
One thing we're learning on L.J. Hose, he seems to have a natural right field stroke. And he gets this pitch up and drives it to the gap. Right up around the letters.
That looked like a little more compact swing than the earlier one.
Probably a little shorter to the baseball. I think you're right. But again, very aggressively going after it.
Jose Altuve has a runner at second base. He grounded out to shortstop in the first inning. And this is the plan for Bo Porter with Altuve batting third. Get men on in front of him with Grossman the leadoff man and Hose hitting second tonight. Altuve's been batting third several times in recent games. Jason Castro's on deck. Nice to get a leadoff extra base hit. Ball one.
Always the belief that with the leadoff double you should score him if you do things the way you practice all the time.
Profar's in tight at third base. Altuve really reached for that one, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Jose Altuve is not foreign to this type of swing. Part of it is he's trying to hit a tough pitch, and the other part is he's trying to hit it to the right side. And it adds up to a very poor looking swing.
He rips one to the left side. On through off the glove of Profar. Hose around third. He will tie this game at 2. Altuve in with an RBI double. 38th run batted in for Altuve, who took an unsuccessful shot at right and then ripped the double to left for his 17th two-base hit.
Ultimately, great work by Jose Altuve. But that line drive had a chance of being caught, at least in the estimation of L.J. Hose. And that was good estimating on his part. And he reacted perfectly back toward the bag and then utilized his speed to score after taking that step back towards second. You can see how close that was to Adrian, or rather to Jerks and Profar making the play.
I was so used to seeing Beltre there.
Hard to make that change.
Yeah, back-to-back doubles. Number 17 for Altuve. He's there for Castro. Castro takes a look at ball one. So Castro, with his 14th homer in the second inning, now nears the Astros club record for a catcher in a season of 17, set by John Bateman way back in 1966. It's 2-0. It's looking more and more likely that count 1-1 rather, that Dave Justy will have a stranglehold on the club record for homers in the season by an Astros pitcher. He has 3 in 1967, and that stood up through all these years. Fly ball to left field, deep left field, looking up. That is going to stay in play off the wall. Here's Altuve being sent to the plate, and the relay not handled by Pierzynski. The Astros grab the lead 3-2. Castro at second base as the Astros are in front again.
This was not the best relay throw either from shortstop. You put it on a short hop to a catcher, you're asking for problems, but well, that's a gutsy send there by Dave Tremblay. See what this ball winds up hitting. High off that left field wall. Believe it's just below the yellow line. I don't know if I'm well, the bottom of so the yellow line is not a home run in this ballpark. It's above yellow line that's a home run.
Correct.
So now the throw to the plate, and that's just a very tough play for a catcher or for an infielder. You throw that little short hop and then throw a catcher's mitt on top of it, and you're probably asking for a runner to be safe.
31st double for Castro, has a homer and a double. Now Carter will strike one. 3 consecutive two-base hits for the Astros here in the fourth. Carter struck out in the second inning. Just missing a 2-run homer. Castro by a few inches, hitting that yellow line atop the wall. It's a 1-1 count.
Johnny Bateman breathes a sigh of relief.
Batting average against Garza was only .227 coming into this game tonight. Carter takes it, and it's ball 2.
Picking up the velocity right there. 94 on that heater.
Strike 2, 1-2 the count. See if Bill went over to Phil Cuzzy at first base on the check swing call.
Chris Carter's not likely to get the benefit of the doubt on many of these appeals right now.
No. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Garza added to this rotation, which at one point for the Rangers included 3 rookies because of injuries. And this Texas rotation has kept the Rangers in the thick of things because their offense has really dropped off from what it was a year ago. But now with Garza and with Yu Darvish and whoever else they should choose, Derek Holland as a number 3 man potentially in a postseason rotation, the Rangers would rank as a very strong possibility to get back to a World Series. Carter takes that one. 3-2 now to Chris.
I think the addition of Garza into their rotation helps them considerably, and of course also getting healthy again will help the Rangers starting rotation.
Hoping that Matt Harrison, who was their opening day starter here, will return to their rotation after a couple of rehab starts in the minor leagues. He chased a breaking ball, and Carter struck out. He really helped Garza. That pitch was nowhere near the strike zone. It's out number 1.
Yeah, number 1, like you say, Brownie, slider just not even close, but reacting like he thought it was a fastball to begin with is Carter. But also A.J. Pierzynski very fortunate on this slider that he called, that he's able to knock it down with the glove. was not a good effort in trying to block the pitch at all.
Now Brett Wallace gets the RBI opportunity. He struck out looking in the second. Garza delivers, and there's ball one.
You were talking, Brownie, about the failing offense for the Texas Rangers this year, and it has been to a good regard in terms of what they've done in the past. They're actually slightly below the league average in runs scored per game.
A year ago, they were really gangbusters. Fly ball out to center field. Gentry in position. Gentry with the catch out, number 2. They're 8th in the league right now, the Rangers are, in runs scored. And they were first in the majors last year. They scored 808 runs. They led in total bases in the majors as well. It's a different Ranger club in terms of the way they're getting their production and the way they're winning. But last year they were 93 and 69 and still didn't win their division. They were 1 game shy of Oakland. Really sets up a battle between those two again coming down the stretch. And the Rangers have the easier schedule of the two. Matt Dominguez grounded to third in the second inning. Brandon Barnes on deck. Off the plate, ball 1. The Rangers have used Nick Tepish, a rookie, for 16 starts this year. Martin Perez has made 10, and Alexi Ogando 14. The plan is for Ogando to go back to the bullpen once Harrison returns to the rotation. Foul back, and that could really strengthen their bullpen core because he's been a very effective reliever in the past, and their pen is one of the best around right now without him. Meanwhile, the A's have gone the other way. Actually, they've lost 3 in a row. They have 4 games left against Detroit, 3 against Tampa Bay, 6 against Texas. The Rangers, after those 6 games with Oakland, play Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay, but they have a lot of lesser lights on their schedule as well.
No way am I going to let a little brief blip on the negative side for Oakland confuse me about that ball club. But every time I think that, boy, they're just not that good, the Oakland A's, they'll go on a long winning spree.
True.
Yeah, they're just a resilient club under Bob Melvin.
Castro got the 3rd straight double of the inning. He's still waiting now. And Dominguez fouls it away. Well, the Rangers have gone 33 and 14 against the American League West teams. Some are thinking that Ron Washington could very well be American League Manager of the Year with the recent turnaround of his team's fortunes and with the injuries they've had. Foul away. Lance Berkman is injured right now. He is with the Rangers here in Houston.
Well, you mentioned, Brownie, how the Rangers have fared against the American League West. And they have handled the Oakland A's. They've beaten them 8 of 13 meetings. Of course, they've beaten the Astros 7 of 9. 10 and 2 against the Angels.
Dominguez tried to halt his swing, but he went around. Strikeout number 5. The Astros with 3 consecutive doubles come up with 2 runs on 3 hits and grab the lead 3-2.
progressive fan of the game. I've got the progressive goodie bag out here, and I am with Mr. Tom Jordan, who will celebrate his 94th birthday here coming up next month. And a former major leaguer, played with Chicago White Sox, Cleveland Indians, and the St. Louis Browns. But Tom, you've got some ties to the Houston Astros. What's your ties with the Astros?
Well, I scouted for them in 1963 and 64, I believe. That was the year when there was the Colt 45s.
That's right. Well, I wanted to ask you how many baseball games you think you've seen, played, managed in your 94 years?
Probably around 3,000.
That's a good guess. And you told me something really interesting. How much money did you used to make in the majors?
I played in the big leagues one year for $400 a month, and another year for $800.
Big money. Well, thank you for joining us. Happy birthday, and here's your progressive bag brownie. Interesting stuff. Mr. Tom Jordan.
Thank you.
Good history lesson. Thank you for that. Well, those scouts back in the early days really doing a nice job for the Colt 45s. Profar, the batter, he bounces one. Good short hop play by Wallace for out number one. This is what they call a potential shutdown inning for the pitcher. The Astros have just scored and grabbed the lead. And a lot of people keep track of things like this. Ash, baseball people will tell you, Tom Jordan will tell you, boy, if a pitcher can go right out and put up a 0 on the board after an inning like the Astros have just had, that can go a long way.
Certainly does that. And for Eric Bedard, one of the things that's been kind of a hang-up for him at times this year is pitch count. If he can keep that down in the early innings, it would give him, like any other pitcher, a chance to get deeper in the ballgame. The thing about Eric Bedard is he's so hard and fast on about 110 in terms of maximum pitches, and most of the time it's actually been below that figure on the year.
Turning away from it, Leonis Martin. Ball one to him. He's 0 for 2.
Bedard, a guy that's had arm problems and surgeries in the past, and he is just not willing to cross that line that he's drawn in the sand in terms of the pitch count.
Drops in a curve, and that's good for a strike to Martin.
Curve has been a beautiful thing tonight.
It really has worked well for him, and we've seen a lot of it.
Can't call his curveball a 12-6 job. He brings it from side to side, and just a very well-placed pitch.
Martin was born in Cuba, signed as a free agent to a 5-year deal in 2011 by the Rangers, worth $15.5 million. He had just 46 major league at bats last year. He has 10 bunt hits this year. Takes that pitch for ball 2, and it's 2-2. Tom Jordan, catcher and pinch hitter, 6'1", 195, born in Lawton, Oklahoma. Age 93, played for the White Sox, Indians, and Browns, 44 through 48.
I think he's still trying to get a deal with a major league club the way he looks.
Wallace comes in for the dribbler and gets to first ahead of Martin. 2 outs. But those scouts in the early days of the Colt 45s were just cranking out the talent. Rusty Staubs and Larry Durkers and Joe Morgans, outstanding players.
How about those overpaid major league ball players back in those days making $400 a month?
$400 a month.
Gee.
Good that he's still able to come out and enjoy the game.
I bet not many guys ate themselves out of the games in those days.
Well, some of those guys might have made more on their off-season jobs than they did playing.
Likely. Yeah.
Elvis Andrus is 1 for 2.
You always got threatened about, well, maybe life will be nice for you in the factory. You don't want to come back for the amount we're offering you.
Yeah. There's a strike to Andrus. Have you ever had the pleasure of attending the Roberto Clemente Museum in Pittsburgh?
I have not. I say rather ashamed.
It's a good one, and there's a letter to Clemente from Joe Brown, the manager of the Pirates, back when Clemente was playing, when they were dickering over a contract. 1-1. It's a rather forceful letter indicating that Roberto should not hold out any longer, and he should accept the Pirates' terms. And I believe that was mentioned.
Wasn't all glowing about him being the game's possibly best player and how much the Pirates needed him, huh?
No, there were no undertones about that whatsoever. It was, well, you know, if you don't take this offer, we have other players, and you know, the implication was they wouldn't go that much higher.
Consider yourself fortunate to be playing in the big leagues at all.
It was pretty much stated that way.
Yeah. Just amazing what the players went through. And now you call your agent and say, how are things coming? Hang in there. We'll get you the deal you're looking for.
Tom Jordan's top salary was $5,000 a year with the 48 St. Louis Browns.
He must have been a pretty good player.
Fly ball to right field. Ho's waiting. Bedard has that shutdown, 5th inning, and the Astros maintain their 3-2 lead. Is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. In 1982, who was the Astros home run leader?
Wow. Don't go dropping my name in there. Well, wow.
We're told that Alan Ashby was second with 12 that year.
Yeah.
Brandon Barnes had a 1-pitch out, a fly ball to right field in the 3rd inning.
I had a feeling. I know who it is now. You know, this will trick you, but the guy may have been compared to a scrap heap in some way.
Phil Garner.
Was that clue a little too vague for you?
I'm just going to go with maybe Jose Cruz.
Phil Garner hit 13 that year to lead the club.
Wow. Barnes takes that one off the plate.
Well, that was back in your old Astrodome days.
Yeah.
And the big dimensions. And balls were not exactly flying out of that yard.
Well, let's see. In '79, trying to remember the club leader. It might have been single digits that year. I think Cheo might have hit 9, something like that. 79 to lead the club, but that was, you know, that type of club. You had Craig Reynolds with a lot of sacrifice bunts, Terry Poole. There was a lot of hit and run action, base stealing, great pitching. So it worked. It worked for a very good team, but home runs were not a major part of the attack.
You nailed that one. 9 home runs for Jose Cruz.
Good to see his son Cheito out here. hit 2 in 79.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Brownie.
Well, Cesar Cedeno only hit 6. Gary Poole hit 8. Art Howe hit 6. What was wrong with you guys?
We were trying to prove that you could score in different fashions.
High drive deep. Barnes sends this one way out to left center field. And Brandon Barnes has added a home run to the attack. That's number 6 for Brandon Barnes. His 25th run batted in. And it's 4-2 Houston.
You know, I've made this comment to Brandon Barnes about the occasional home runs that he hits and how far they go. And because of how far those home runs go, it makes me wonder, and I hope it makes him wonder, if he doesn't have a lot more home runs in terms of capabilities in him. This is what you call the big fly right here. You choose to go out to that part of the ballpark, and you are not one of the little flip it around guys.
Ooh. It's a major blast. Jake Elmore looks at ball 1. 5 hits, all extra base hits for the Astros tonight off Matt Garza. 2 homers and 3 doubles. That's in tight for a ball. Elmore works the count. It's 1-1 to Jake. That was an impressive swing of the bat by Brandon Barnes.
You know how the overall aggressiveness of the left-handed swing of Robbie Grossman has improved so much of late?
Yes.
And that's kind of what I'm wondering about Brandon Barnes. If he just gets it in his head that he's capable of driving the baseball, not necessarily hitting home runs, but driving the baseball, what that could ultimately do to him.
Upstairs to Elmore. 2-2. Astro and Barnes with home runs tonight for the Astros. They lead Garza 4-2. And a swing and a miss for Elmore. Gets a strikeout. That's number 6. Trivia question brought to you by Toyota will give us that answer. In 1982, the Astros home leader was Bill Garner with 13. Alan Ashby, though, had 12. It was quite a race between you and Gar. Did it go down to the final week of the season, or do you recall?
Arm wrestling every evening of that final week of the season.
Yeah.
Gar finally won out with the home runs, but I won in the arm wrestling.
Robbie Grossman's 0 for 2. And he shoots one in the air. There was left center field. Gentry back to the warning track. 2 down. Garza is primarily a fly ball pitcher. 2 of those fly balls have gone out of the park tonight. Castro hit a monstrous shot back in the 2nd inning. L.J. Hose started the 4th inning rally with a double to right center. He's 1 for 2.
On the entire season, Matt Garza is pretty good in terms of yielding the home runs up till tonight. 10 dingers in 93 plus innings.
Ball 1 to L.J. Hose.
Keep in mind he's pitched as his home ballparks anyway, Wrigley Field, and now working in Arlington, known as an offensive yard.
Yeah.
Well, that's not easy.
The Trop has been one of his home ballparks.
Yeah, in the past. And
1-1 to count. Twins beat the White Sox in Chicago tonight 7-5 with a grand slam from Justin Morneau. He also hit another homer to give him 13. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Is this a free agency year for Morneau?
Yes.
Seems like I recalled hearing that, and
It is.
sensing he might be trying to enhance his value a bit.
He might. He's been a Twin for life so far. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
L.J. Hose is airing out that swing this evening.
Ground ball to short. Andrews. In the 5th inning, the Astros get a leadoff homer from Barnes. Their lead grows to 4-2. you by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. And by Jack in the Box. Go big at a participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax. Downtown Houston, Texas, it is 4-2. The Astros lead the Rangers through 5. And the Astros have 5 extra base hits, 2 homers by Castro and Barnes, 3 doubles. Eric Bedard leads it with Ian Kinsler, the first man up in the 6th. He's 1 for 2, scored a run. Kinsler looks at ball 1. That one's off his foot. After the third baseman Matt Dominguez. The Rangers play Oakland again on Labor Day, September 2nd. Between now and then, the Rangers do not have any games against a winning team. That's about 3 weeks worth for Ron Washington of games against teams under 500. Oakland has 13 games in that span against teams with winning records. Then in September it reverses. Texas plays 10 games against winning teams. Oakland has none. So the feeling is for Wash and the Rangers, this is the time they need to make their move.
Sun shining, go ahead and stay in it.
Fouled away, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, all the Rangers need is to build a little lead and then see it all get chased away in September by those Oakland A's like they did last year.
It's a dead heat. The Athletics are ahead by 1 percentage point. Kinsler takes 3-2. So technically they're not in first, but they're in a virtual first place tie. That makes it the 2nd consecutive series for the Astros against a first place club.
Speaking of those Oakland A's, Josh Reddick, after going 0 for 20, hit 3 consecutive home runs tonight.
Ooh. That's breaking out of a slump. Leadoff walk to Kinsler, 2nd walk for Bedard. And Bedard is at 83 pitches. 54 of them have been strikes. Adrian Beltre grounded out to short, and he drew a walk in the 4th when the Rangers scored 2 to take the lead 2-1. Yankees lead the Tigers at Yankee Stadium. It's 3-0 in the top of the 6th inning. And Alex Rodriguez's return to the Bronx. Ivan Nova has the lead. Tigers bring in a hot first place club. A shot toward right field, over toward the corner. Hose digging hard. Hose right in front of the wall with the catch. Showing good range to his left for out number 1.
LJ Hose has been showing quite a bit here in the past week. And again, I like what I'm seeing with the swing. Seeing a little bit of speed on the bases, stealing bags, and it's a pretty good defensive play moving toward that corner. Had a play in Baltimore going back while playing center field that turned him around 2 or 3 times in different directions. But this was aggressively right after that spot where he needed to be.
A.J. Pierzynski is next. He's 2 for 2. Bedard delivers ball 1. Now the big unknown now, especially with 5 rookies in the bullpen, is what happens when the Astros go to the bullpen. Pierzynski fouls it. That makes it 1-1. Astros relievers have a record of 10-28 with an ERA of 5.29, and they have surrendered 69 home runs. Bo Porter is going to give different opportunities to different pitchers there. And he's not locked into one closer. It's bullpen by committee. We'll go down to matchups sometimes. He said sometimes if left-handed hitters for the opposing team are up there in the 9th inning, we'll have a lefty on the mound. Other times we'll have a right-hander. Lance Berkman will begin rehab assignment at AAA Round Rock tomorrow. He had a workout today and came through that with no problems. So Lance will be leaving Houston and heading for the Round Rock area. Well familiar with that, of course.
There was talk about a week to 10 days ago about Lance maybe considering walking away from the game. Then it came back right away that that wasn't what his consideration was. He wanted to get back and play. And so, I mean, it's great. Lance got off to a terrific start with the bat this season.
Well, if he comes back, and Julia's going to tell us something more here in a moment, but if Lance can return to top form, that could really be a major boost to this Texas offense.
Yeah, Brownie, we got a chance to chat with him a little bit before the game, and he was talking about rehabbing and how he's going to see how that goes. He did meet with the Astros team physician today, though, the guy who the doctor who did his ACL surgery back then.
There's a catch by Barnes. Here's the tag. Kinsler into second, and the spin around. Try to tag. Safe. Altuve tried to spin around and get Kinsler. The throw from Barnes was offline, and Kinsler is able to move on a long out number 2 into second base.
The Astros had a shot at that out, and a nice effort by Brandon Barnes. That one hop throw just a bit offline as Kinsler able to grab the bag. So you can see that Barnes does what you need to do on the play. He puts that throw on the bag. He's got himself a double play.
Kinsler advancing. And now with 2 outs, the runners at second base for Jeff Baker. Barnes has 5 outfield assists this year. Baker had a sac fly last time up. He was batting with the bases loaded, nobody out. He fell behind in the count 0-2, then worked it full before delivering that fly ball. And the Rangers squeezed home a second run on Gentry's bunt. But the Astros were able to bounce right back with 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Rangers bullpen has been solid this year as well. They feel that if they get a lead, they can really shrink a game.
Makes it easy on the skip when you've got a starting staff and a bullpen that do their jobs, do it well.
Ron Washington is downplaying his role in having that team meeting, which turned the team around. It was a 45-minute meeting, and players were involved after he spoke. But whatever happened in that meeting, it's been a 9-1 record since then, so people are tending to point at that as a catalyst. Foul ball as Josh Fields gets up in the Astros bullpen.
Well, one thing that certainly coincidentally anyway occurred was the acquisition of Garza, and he helps their starting rotation a great deal, and their starting rotation was working with some youngsters that weren't getting deep into games, and the bullpen was getting overused, and we know how that problem can work on a club. And so just that acquisition alone has already helped Texas.
Swing and a miss by Baker, and that's a strikeout to end the Texas 6th. It's strikeout number 4 for Bedard, and after 5.5, the Astros maintain their 4-2 edge.
Cold beer, barbecue, and much more. Budweiser presents a Texas Street Fest, from 2 to 6 p.m. on Crawford Street. No game ticket required for the Street Fest, which will feature live music by the Josh Fuller Band. And stick around to watch the Astros take on the Rangers at 6:10. 10,000 fans will receive an inaugural AL West baseball, courtesy of Dayhill. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets. Brownie and Ash, I was talking about Lance Berkman just before the break there. Still not talking retirement, but the talk is definitely going on around him, and he's been talking a lot to Rice head coach Wayne Grand. Grand excited about the idea of Berkman maybe helping him out instead of playing baseball, but at the same time Berkman said he will just rehab, see how it goes, and he'll make his decision from there.
Thanks, Julia. 4-2 game. The Astros lead at bottom of the 6th inning. Jose Altuve has an RBI double and 2 trips. There's strike one from Matt Garza.
One thing I've learned personally and through associates is if you do walk away as a player and then you still stay around the game in some form or another, it starts getting into your head. You start trying to figure out a way. Should I maybe try a little bit more to come back as a player? It is really difficult to entirely walk away while you're still involved.
2 balls and a strike to Altuve.
Now, if you reach that point and nobody will answer the phone when you make calls, then the deal's made for you. But
yeah, you might be getting a message from that.
Of course, in Lance's case, I think people would answer the phone.
Foul tip makes it 2-2. Washington beat the Phillies 9-2. Dan Herron going to 7-11 with a win over John Lannon. He's 3-5. Well, we talked about Lance and Rice. Former Rice Owl infielder Anthony Rendon hit his 6th home run tonight. Ryan Zimmerman his 13th. Galloway still 2-2. .77 pitches for Garza. He won his Ranger debut, beating the Yankees 3-1. The only run he allowed was from his own error. Liner over shortstop. Altuve went down and golfed that one into left center field for a leadoff single to give him a 2-for-3 night. And as we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Here's a long home run from Jason Castro.
Hits a pitch in a good hitting zone and doesn't miss a bit of it. Had the good swing, puts the barrel on it, and that's the result. Jason Castro getting some oohs and ahs in the dugout.
Cole Porter looked impressed. Now Altuve aboard, Castro the batter. Castro has added an RBI double off the top of the left field wall to his homer. And a night with a couple of extra base hits. Tigers and Yankees underway at Yankee Stadium. No score, top of the 1st. No, that's not right. Let's make it a 3-0 Yankee lead. Bottom of the 6th. Sometimes these scoreboards don't refresh. There's a strike call to Castro. The Tigers are on a 12-game winning streak right now. So that's news anytime they're trailing late in the game. It's 0-2. And the Atlanta Braves had a 13-game winning streak. So according to one story, actually, that's the first time since 1884 that 2 teams in the majors have had concurrent 12-game winning streaks.
1884, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I know this about the Detroit Tigers. They are even now leading in runs scored per game in the American League. They've got a tremendous starting staff, and they've added some help to that bullpen, and it's all seemingly coming together. That is a good-looking club on paper anyway.
Yes.
The Braves, I had no anticipation coming into this year that they were going to be this type of team.
Nope.
I thought the Washington Nationals would be the team doing what Atlanta's doing.
I agree with you on that. And a lot of other people did too. The Nationals were kind of the fashionable pick in the NL East.
Yeah, they certainly seem to be the obvious pick for most of us boneheads, but for the Atlanta Braves, Chipper Jones retires and they turn into a great ball club, huh?
Well, Washington won tonight, but coming into tonight, Washington was 15.5 behind Atlanta. That strike 3 call on Castro. Strikeout number 7 for Garza.
Now Castro's been the receiver of some inside corners this evening, and now takes one with the bat in his hand as he's caught looking. Appears to be right there at the knees. Did it catch the inside edge? Tom Hallion says, yep.
Chris Carter has struck out twice. He struck out all 4 times in his last game Monday night. His ball 1. So Carter now with 151 strikeouts continues to be the leader in that category in the American League. But Mike Napoli is right behind. Brandon Beachy won for the Braves 5-0 over the Marlins tonight. His first win of the year. He had been recovering from Tommy John surgery and had just come back to the rotation. Brian McCann hit his 17th homer. Justin Upton has been really bashing the ball lately, hit his 22nd, and Chris Johnson, the batting leader in the National League, hit number 8.
Did you see this kind of an offensive year from Chris Johnson coming?
No, sir. No, sir. It's a line shot toward the left field corner, foul ball. Carter just absolutely scalded that ball.
Yeah, you get a peek at getting the head out when you're down that left field side. First ball that Chris Carter has scalded for a while. Yeah, I think some folks, Brownie, thought of the Atlanta Braves when in the offseason they picked up the Upton brothers, that they were going to be maybe a team that would be really good. The thing is, B.J. Upton has been pretty close to an utter disappointment this year.
Yes. Big time. That's a liner out to left field, and Butler comes in for the catch. Joey Butler takes care of out number 2.
It's a pretty nice play with Chris Carter hitting it. You would think the initial reaction might be to freeze and go back. But for Chris Carter, a couple of line drives in that at bat, and certainly an improvement over what has been happening.
Butler takes care of a fine play. Now it's Brett Wallace. Wallace is 0 for 2. Carter hit that one on the screws. Cubs and Cardinals 0-0. Bottom of the 6th inning in St. Louis. Krasinski with the block on ball 1. Oakland leads at Toronto 14-6. They're at the bottom of the 8th. Jed Lowry hit his 9th. As Ash mentioned, Josh Reddick has hit 3, giving him 8. Yoenis Cespedes with number 18 for Toronto. Bautista number 26. Rasmus number 18. In the dirt. And some of the talk around here was that the A's might be trying to trade Cespedes.
That's an intriguing story that I actually hadn't heard that story on Cespedes, but A's went to such lengths to bring him in from Cuba, and now maybe finding he's not the player they thought he was.
Wallace tried to check, but he went around, and it's 2-1. The A's really are an interesting team the way they conduct their business.
They are that. Much better job here by Krasinski, keeping the ball in front.
Rockies are pounding the Pirates 9-1 in the 3rd inning. Willie Rosario hit his 16th.
Rockies haven't had a good run here of late. And those Pirates just keep on dominating.
Francisco Liriano is in the game for Pittsburgh. He has just had a marvelous year, but tonight, in 2 1/3 innings, he's allowed 11 hits and 9 earned runs. Strike, and it's 3-2. Jorge De La Rosa for the Rocks. Right here with 90 pitches, it's Garza trailing 4-2. 3-2, 2 outs. Altuve about to take off. And Wallace strikes out. That's number 8 for Garza. It's no runs, a hit, and a man stranded after 6. 4-2 Houston.
Every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN. Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score, but the experience.
Tomorrow morning, 9:30.
It is such a lighthearted little ditty.
Greg Gentry leads it off. He put down a squeeze bunt after bouncing into a double play. Strike one from Eric Bedard. He's at 95 pitches for this game.
The release point on that curveball has been exceptional tonight for Bedard.
That curve misses, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Brad Peacock and Derek Holland tomorrow night. The Silver Boot Trophy is on display on the main concourse here at Minute Maid Park. Josh Zide is warming up for Houston, a right-hander. It's a good display of that description you gave the curveball earlier. A lot of side-to-side action on that. We see Zide and bullpen coach Dennis Martinez there.
A lot of guys through the years have referred to that type of a pitch as a slurve. But for Eric Bedard, it's his curveball.
In the dirt, and it's 2-2. Mets and Diamondbacks are scoreless in the top of the 3rd in Arizona. Rays and Dodgers no score after 1/2 inning in LA. $22,673 the paid attendance tonight. Altuve to his left, over to Wallace. 1 out. Bedard is being efficient with his pitches tonight. Pitch number 100 is coming next. Just checking back, he has worked 7 1/3 innings here against Milwaukee June 19th. He had a 7-inning ball game on the road against the Angels June 3rd. The 7 1/3, the longest outing for him in terms of innings pitched. And probably will not be allowed to stay in after 7 if he goes 2 more outs into this one. Joey Butler up the right field line. Lands one in fair territory. L.J. Ho's playing it. And there's a double for Butler, his second of the night and his first major league start.
One curveball after another from Bedard here in this 7th inning, and maybe one too many as Joey Butler as a response. Didn't sting it, just finds that gap down the line.
Now the potential tying run comes up with Jurickson Profar, the batter. He is struck out looking and grounded out to first. The Angels won in Cleveland 5-2. There's ball 1. Jared Weaver going to 7-5. He beat Scott Kazmir, who has that identical record. Josh Hamilton, the former Texas Ranger, hit his 17th homer.
It's got to be almost painful for Angels fans and everybody involved with that organization to even watch Josh Hamilton hit a home run right about now.
Big cut there by Profar.
I have a feeling what it feels like to folks out there is, really now?
Right.
Angels have kind of fallen to the depths at this point.
Angels are 51-62. They're 13 games behind Oakland and Texas. Well, now they're 52-62 with that win tonight. The Reds beat the Padres 7-2 in Cincinnati. Bronson Arroyo going to 10-9, beating Andrew Cashner. He's 8-6. Reds are trying to hang in there in the NL Central. They're in 3rd place. They were 7 behind, leading Pittsburgh coming into play tonight. Now Bedard and Castro talk it over with 1 out. And the Orioles and Giants underway in San Francisco. At Baltimore Club, 63-51 right now. In 3rd place, 5.5 behind Boston coming into play tonight.
We'll see what the Bud Norris effect is come the end of the season.
Yeah. That's lined into center field. Butler around 3rd, coming to the plate to make it 4-3 on the RBI single by Profar, giving Profar a 7-game hitting streak. That's his 16th run batted in.
Couple of little ping jobs here in the 7th inning, accounting for a run.
Well hit balls, but the Rangers now have 7 hits.
And again, the breaking ball. And I don't know if Eric has gone to that breaking ball close to exclusively here in the 7th inning because it's a little less taxing on the arm.
Martin is 0 for 3. Profar has not stolen a base. He's had 3 attempts and he's been thrown out in all 3.
And again, Bedard, a tough customer to run on with that quick slide step.
All the way, there's strike 1. Martin has been leading off for the last 10 games or so. The results have been good. Known as a hitter who hits through all fields, has some power, and has been a strong arm center fielder when he's played that position. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Has 66 major league wins, 72 losses in his career. Swing and a miss there takes him to a 1-2 count on Martin.
Again, that big sweeping curveball. Not in the strike zone, but the left-hand hitter picks it up early as looking like a strike.
Bedard trying to snap a 5-game losing streak. His last win came against St. Louis here June 26th. Martin started to go and he checked his swing. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Bedard and Castro have really turned to that curveball here in the inning.
Martin is down on strikes. Strikeout number 5.
Once you do show one pitch quite a bit, then that fastball suddenly becomes a pitch you offer at as a hitter. That fastball nowhere close to the strike zone, but still at 91 miles an hour.
Bull Porter has come out to make a pitching change. Pitch count at 108 for Eric Bedard. And he will leave with an opportunity to be the winning pitcher. The Astros leading at 4-3. It'll be Elvis Andrus batting, and we come back. Leaves with that lead and a runner at first base with 2 outs here in the 7th inning, giving way to rookie right-hander Josh Zeid.
Zeid in brief appearances now, 5 1/3 innings. Opposition hitters are hitting just 158 against them. The lefties have been quite futile to this point. Walked a pair, struck out 4. He's a big fella, and he looks like physically he's blessed with all the tools you'd want to have as a pitcher.
Well, in his first 4 major league outings after being recalled from AAA Oklahoma City, he pitched scoreless baseball. And Wednesday night against Boston, he came in with the game tied 2-2 in the 6th inning, a couple of men on base, and then the bases then were loaded when he struck out Shane Victorino, but he allowed a 2-run homer to Johnny Gomes in that game to give up his first major league runs. Now it's Elvis Andrus. Andrus is 1 for 3. Got a bunt hit in the first inning. Offside. It kicks out to Dominguez. Dominguez throwing to first and in time to get the out. A painful final out here in the top of the 7th for Josh Zeid. Not so much, because he maintains the 4-3 lead for the Astros here in the middle of the 7th. USAA would like to pay special recognition to all of our service members at home and abroad.
$1 hot dogs all game long as the Astros take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Top the night off with spectacular post-game fireworks. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets. Brownie, I'm not sure why they always get me to talk about hot dogs.
Well, you don't like hot dogs at all. We know that. You're kind of taking an eating break, though, on this homestand. Here's that last out. It came off Zide's right heel and went over to Matt Dominguez for a 1-5-3 play to end the inning on a ball hit hard by Andrus up the middle.
It was ideal that this ball kicked toward Matt Dominguez. He is so good on this type of play. Uses the glove well, throws on the run accurately. And hopefully Zide is doing just fine aside from a shoe that might need some repair.
Now Matt Dominguez leads off. He's grounded out to third and struck out. Bottom of the seventh inning. Matt Garza has thrown 91 pitches. Eric Bedard in 6 2/3 innings allowed 7 hits, 3 runs, walking 2, fanning 5. And there's strike one. And the Astros would love to reward Bedard's good work with a victory tonight. He has been shut out in 2 of his last 4 starts. And left his last start with a 4-3 lead at Minnesota and got a no decision. It's in the air and the first baseman comes over Baker near the stands. 0-2. So Astros starting pitchers, even though frequently doing a good job because of issues like bullpen problems and a lack of late inning offense, have 27 wins and 48 losses this year. Bouncer to second base. Kinsler over to Baker. That's 1 out for Garza. Now you talk about the fact that Garza can stay in a game, which he's certainly doing. 6 1/3 innings. He's given up 4 runs, but again, avoiding taxing the bullpen, and that's a big reason a club like the Rangers makes a deal like the one for Garza, giving up minor league talent, but nonetheless getting a stretch drive acquisition who is regarded as a number 1 type pitcher, even though Yu Darvish is a very good number 1 also.
This is a Rangers bullpen that is right among the leaders with an ERA as a group at right about the 3 mark. But you start changing things in terms of starting pitchers going maybe 3, 4, 5 innings and doing that a couple of times through the rotation, and that's kind of what was going on with the Rangers. It'll destroy a bullpen very quickly.
Garza won 2 games in the League Championship Series in 08 for Tampa Bay to help that club reach the World Series. Brandon Barnes takes. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Brandon, and that's another consideration when John Daniels, the general manager of the Rangers, was thinking about acquiring a pitcher like Garza. his postseason experience. That's what the Rangers are all about, that type of thinking right now. It's 1-2. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, alongside the skipper, Ron Washington.
Well, they are that organization now that is not satisfied with their year unless they get into the postseason. And I would think at this stage of things, unless they get deep into the postseason. Going to miss the target just a bit here. Love to know what goes through the mind of a pitcher when he delivers that thing.
Oh, yeah.
See here, Bob Uecker, just a bit outside.
Just a bit. And that's high. And it's 3-2 to Barnes now with Elmore on deck. Following the All-Star break, the Rangers lost 8 of 10. And they were swept by the Indians in Cleveland. They have been a different club since then. That's the ball and a walk to Barnes. Number 1 of the night for Garza.
Garza likely is putting himself in a scenario where this 7th inning at best is as far as he goes.
He's at the century figure with 66 of those being strikes. Astros have hit .220 as a team against the Rangers in the previous 9 games this year. Jake Elmore is 0 for 2, a fly ball and a strikeout. And Barnes draws some attention. Brandon has 9 steals and 16 tries. Washington said of the Rangers before this stretch in which they've won 9 of 10, they were drifting away from who the Texas Rangers are. We were about to go to sleep. Showing butt. Elmore takes it for a strike with Jason Frazier warming up in the Ranger bullpen. Bo Porter's club trying to go on the attack here and get some insurance runs with Kinsler, Beltre, and Pierzynski due up in the 8th. The Astros have lost 11 games this year when leading after 7 innings. What they're hoping is that the guys in the bullpen will emerge as far as late inning success goes, but that remains to be seen, and they'd like to see it play out before their very eyes here in the remaining weeks of the season, so they could go into the offseason with some certainty. Up the middle and past the diving Andrews into center field. Barnes stops at second on the single by Elmore, and it's first and second, 1 out for Robbie Grossman. Maddox is on his way. He's just a few steps behind Garza, who's walking to the mound.
Sharply hit ball by Jake Elmore. Continues to do a credible job when he gets a chance to play, and the way he handles the bat.
By the way, Jonathan Villar, who's still out with a sprained left thumb, has been cleared. He had an MRI, and that really confirmed the diagnosis of a sprain. He is said to be in line to play some during this series. We're not sure when. Could be even tomorrow night. That's another reason Elmore gets the start while Villar is watching. And he will be wearing something of a brace on that left thumb when he does return to the playing field. And he's a base runner. He hurt it on a headfirst dive into third. He was thrown out trying to steal third.
Yeah, that dive play presents a number of ways in which a player can get hurt. But the guys that are really good base thieves tend to like the dive.
Yeah. Frazier warming up. Grossman the batter. Robbie 0 for 3. His 10-game hitting streak is on the line here in the 7th inning. Third baseman Profar is in tight. Looks at ball 1. He grounds that one foul. It's a 1-1 count. Good crowd here tonight on this Friday night. They'll get treated to fireworks after the game. Bo Porter would love to see them treated to win number 38 of the year as well. Strike two makes it 1-2 to Robbie Grossman. Part in the Wandy Rodriguez trade from Pittsburgh last year.
Robbie's had a tough time with the curveball earlier in the ball game, and after just now having a fastball thrown by, I would anticipate Garza coming back with that hook.
In the air to left field. Butler back to the warning track with the catch. 2 outs.
But instead Garza comes high heat and gets the long fly ball. Robbie Grossman trying to flex and go the other way with the newfound power. It's been nice and quick with that new bat. That high fastball is a pitch you can easily pop up, and I would call this driving the baseball for Robbie. That's not a bad AB.
2 strikes. O.J. Hose will try for the lift for the Astros. He's 1 for 3 with the big 2-out hit with runners at first and second. His double was leading off the 4th inning, and he came around to score on a double by Altuve, who's on deck. In the air to right field. Backing up Martin, who catches it on the warning track to end the 7th with no runs a hit. 2 men stranded. After 7, it's a 1-run Houston lead, 4-3 over the Rangers. Derek Holland for Texas. He's 9-6, a 3.09 ERA, and a glittering 7-1 road record with a 2.61 ERA away from Rangers ballpark in Arlington. Brad Peacock coming off a 10 strikeout win, or loss rather, in his career high strikeout game. 7 innings pitched, a difficult loss for him because he threw the ball well, and he is 1 for 4.
But very promising for the ball club. I thought the return of Brad Peacock and his mid-90s arm and some command of the strike zone really set up nicely for the rotation.
Lefty Kevin Chapman is warming up in the bullpen. He just joined the Astros club today. Josh Zeid is on the mound with a 4-3 lead. Good job by Eric Bedard for 6 2/3, allowing 7 hits, 3 runs. Ian Kinsler leads it off in the 8th. He has a single and a walk and 3 trips. Ball 1 from Zeid at 96. apparently, according to reports on Twitter, Albert Pujols of the Angels has denied the steroid allegations of Jack Clark, and he is pursuing legal action against Clark and his radio station. Strike makes it 1-1.
I believe that's the second time in a number of years that Jack Clark has made that accusation.
First day in the big leagues for Kevin Chapman. He's getting ready to come in this game. Well, Clark was the hitting coach for the Dodgers, and he had said on a radio show in St. Louis that he had talked with the guy who used to be the trainer for Albert Pujols, a personal trainer, who said that he injected Albert with steroids, but Pujols is vehemently denying that report.
Based on the way things have gone, I'm not sure that a denial by the player involved means anything anymore.
We've seen a few of those denials. Yeah, 3-1.
The trainer that's involved in the story is denying the story, and that probably carries more weight right now. I don't know. I'm not sure what carries weight anymore in terms of all these drug accusations.
And that's the truth. Kinsler takes, and that's ball 4. Leadoff walk for Kinsler. Now Beltran.
State the obvious here. That is not the way you want to start this 8th inning with the lead.
Astros relievers with 23 saves and 18 blown saves. Hope that this turnover in the bullpen will bring better results. Beltre is 0 for 2 with a walk. Zide is 26 from New Haven, Connecticut. He went to Vanderbilt and Tulane. 10th round pick of the Phillies in 09. Traded in the Hunter Pence deal in July of 2011 to the Astros in a package of talent. Ball 1 is upstairs. Jared Cozart, John Singleton, and Domingo Santana were involved in that package for Hunter Pence. Tanner Scheppers is warming up for the Rangers, a right-hander. In that recent stretch, the Astros relievers in 13 games, 0-5 with a 7.75 ERA, giving up 8 home runs in 36 innings, strikeouts and walks dead even at 29. Runner going. Here's the throw on Kinsler, and the tag, and safe is the call. Jose Altuve really thought he had him, but Chris Guccione will now be dealing with Bull Porter after that safe call on a Kinsler steal, his 8th.
Jason Castro has not made a better throw, not only this year, but maybe in his life. Now, he's probably made many just as good, but this is perfection. That's what Jason does. He puts it right there for Altuve to slap down the tag. It's a little bit of a reach tag, as it turns out, and sometimes that can cost you. I'd have to say, in watching the replay, Kinsler may have gotten his hand in there. Very close. How do you see that one?
It was really hard to call. At first I thought he had him, then on the second look, not. And there, tough to tell whether the tag was made in time.
You know, when you reach with the glove, it slows things down. If that glove slaps straight down, you take the throw as far back as you can and slap the glove down. That's when you've got your best shot.
Now 1-1 after the steal by Kinsler puts him in scoring position with no outs. Zide bounces that breaking pitch.
See the glove out in front of the bag. Now you have to reach back instead of slapping down. Yep. I believe Kinsler nabbed it, but Jason Castro could not have done more.
The standard advice to that middle infielder taking the throw is let the ball travel.
Right. Let it travel and then just snap glove down right to the front portion of the bag.
Swing and a miss there, makes it 2-2. A good fastball from Zide at 96.
Big guy has a good arm, but what we've seen is a little bit of that command issue.
Zide seemed to be pumped up at the prospect of Kinsler being called out at second. He banged his fist into his glove. Very close call. 86 steals this year for the Rangers, second in the American League. Broken bat looper that will fall into center field. Here's Kinsler coming home with a tying run. Barnes with the throw, and it's 4-4. RBI single by Beltre on a broken bat. 71st run batted in for Beltre. And it happens to Eric Bedard again.
And it happens to this point because of a leadoff walk to start the 8th inning. Just get a little bat buster right here that drops for a knock. You can really see the hustle of Brandon Barnes. Keep that throw down. That would be one of those disasters you don't want to see, where Adrian Beltre takes off towards second base because he sizes that throw up of being not cuttable.
Beltre ties it. Now Bo Porter's coming out with Brzezinski ready to bat. He has lefty Kevin Chapman ready to go. Left side with a leadoff walk of Kinsler, then allowing a steal on a very close call, and Beltre with the game tying hit, 4-4 in the 8th inning. We'll be right back. He's at first with nobody out. Now we'll see the major league debut of left-hander Kevin Chapman from Coral Springs, Florida. 25 years old. At Oklahoma City in 45 games, Chapman was 1-2. His ERA there was 3.20. He allowed 42 hits and walked 36 in 50 2/3 innings, striking out 61, allowing 2 homers. This is his major league debut. He has replaced Travis Blackley in the Astros bullpen. Blackley was designated for assignment after the game Wednesday night.
Clearly at AAA for Chapman, his stuff is good enough to strike hitters out, but he also walks far too many. And we've seen what a walk here starting the 8th inning can do.
He's the 11th player to make his major league debut with the Astros this season, and bullpen mate Jorge De Leon will be the 12th when he gets into a game. Chapman was traded by Kansas City to Houston in a deal in March 2012 for catcher Humberto Quintero and outfielder Jason Bourgeois. And then another player was added later from Kansas City, outfielder DeAndre Toney. A.J. Pierzynski, the batter. He's 2 for 3 tonight. Elmore and Altuve are shortened up at double play depth with nobody out. Chapman gets ready for his first major league pitch. It is ball one. Chapman's slider attracted plenty of attention in the Kansas City farm system. It was rated the best slider in the Kansas City system after 2011 by Baseball America. Brzezinski pulls it foul, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike count. This year at Oklahoma City, opponents hit only .223 against Chapman. Lefties hit .193 against him, and he gave up just 1 extra base hit against the left-handed hitter all season in the Pacific Coast League. Brzezinski fouls it.
Yeah, that's the slider right there, and that was kind of a get underneath, kind of a launch job, not a good one. See, this slider starts upward, and you never want to see that on a breaking ball. You'd like it to start downward.
Didn't have much bite to it, not much of a change in plane at all.
And Brzezinski upset with himself for not hitting it.
He looks down at it and checks his swing. The appeal went to third base. Ron Culpo with the check swing call. That makes it 2-2.
That was a good slider, and that's when you can get some strikeouts on.
Brzezinski, of his 12 homers, has provided a tie run or a lead in 10 of those 12 home runs. And he's known for hitting lefties well. Fouls it away. Comparative earned run averages of these two bullpens will show you what a difference in their seasons. The Rangers relievers have a 3.03 earned run average. Astros relievers 5.29. This one gets away, and Castro couldn't locate it at first. Now he picks it up as Beltre takes a big turn around second. He just stops there. There's Castro to throw behind him.
Now, once again, for Jason Castro, it's that pitch on his glove side as he reaches to his left, comes up, kind of whiffing on the ball a number of times this year. It is the toughest spot. There's no question for any catcher. But it's been an area that's given Jason a lot of troubles.
Ruled a wild pitch. And the count is full. Baker's on deck. Strike three. Brzezinski is out number one and runs back to Tom Hallion. And he has plenty to say on his way toward the dugout to Hallion.
Now, you could probably argue that that pitch may have been off the outside edge. Clearly, Brzezinski didn't like the call.
Bull Porter's coming out now, and Brzezinski continues to make his point. And he's going to bring in a right-hander. Baker's coming up next, the right-handed hitting first baseman. So Chapman makes his major league debut and does so with a strikeout. They toss the ball over to the Astros dugout. He'll have that for the trophy case. Rangers 4, Astros 4. Back in a moment.
MLB.tv celebrates 11 years with new low yearly prices. Watch every out-of-market game live or on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.tv Premium. Visit MLB.tv Baseball everywhere. Friday.
Oh, we have two moves. Josh Fields coming in from the bullpen for the Astros. He'll be pitcher number 4. And the pinch hitting move that corresponds to that. Baker giving way to Mitch Moreland, the pinch hitter. Fields is 1-2. His ERA 6.86. He has one save. He got that against the Red Sox Monday night. And then a blown save and a loss Wednesday night as he gave up a 3-run homer.
And 6 home runs allowed in 21 innings. Alarming.
Moreland takes a look at ball 1. Moreland has an 8-game hitting streak. He's hitting .249 against right-handers, only .202 since May 26th. He came out of an 0 for 23 into this stretch in which he has hits in 8 starts in a row. He's hit .360 his last 9. Flares that pop up over the screen. 1-1 to Moreland. Moreland has hit .172 since the All-Star break. Beltre fan there with the ball. There are actually 2 Beltres on the Rangers roster now. Angel Beltre is the other. Moreland is 27 years old. He's from Amory, Mississippi. Went to Mississippi State. The Rangers drafted him in the 17th round in 07. Time call by Moreland. Fields struck out all 4 men he faced in getting the save in the 2-0 win Monday night. Ground ball to Wallace. Tossing to Fields. 2 outs. Beltre takes third. Craig Gentry due up. We'll see if David Murphy is the pinch hitter for him. Yes, it is going to be the Houston native Murphy to give Ron Washington percentages again in his favor. Gentry was 0 for 2 with an RBI on a squeeze bunt. And Murphy brings that left-handed bat in as a pinch hitter, and he's done very well pinch hitting. 4 for 6 with an RBI. Overall, though, a disappointing year for David. 366 at bats, a .224 average, 12 homers. He's driven in 36. Wallace and Fields talk it over. Murphy was a first-round draft choice of Boston in 03, born in Houston. Went to Klein High School and then Baylor University. Intentional walk here. And that will mean Butler would be the next scheduled batter. And this is one way around the percentages being in the Rangers' favor. Butler bats right. And the only remaining player on the Rangers bench who could bat left is Angel Beltre. The only other player on their bench, period, is backup catcher Giovanni Soto. Butler has a pair of doubles in his first major league start tonight. It's been a magical night for him. With family and friends from Mississippi in attendance, and we'll get a big opportunity now with runners at first and third and 2 down. Joey Butler played for the New Orleans Privateers in college. 27 years old. First time in the majors.
He's hit 70 home runs in his minor league career. over parts of 6 seasons, so he's got some pop.
At the time he was called up a few days ago, he had the highest on-base average on the Round Rock Express. Ball 1 from Fields. It was 375.
A lot of right-hand hitters actually put up much better numbers against right-hand pitching than they do against left.
They see a lot more right-handers. It's 2-0 now. Richards and Profar on deck. Fields was a closer in college at the University of Georgia, but had not received an opportunity to close out a major league game until earlier this week. Back with a good cut. Butler fouling that one to go to 2-1 in the count now.
Likely ball 3. Looked like a fastball, maybe up out of the zone.
Josh Fields was inactive for 51 games on the disabled list from April 4th through May 30th with a right forearm strain. That's up, and it's ball 3. 3-1 now. Fields did not throw as many fastballs on a percentage basis Wednesday as he did in the Monday night game. Brandon Barnes is over in right center field. That's ball 4, and the bases are loaded now. Butler works a walk. Walk number 5 of the night for Astros pitching. Bo Porter coming out now for lefty Wesley Wright. And Profar, as a switch hitter, has been much better as a left-handed batter. 182 as a right-handed hitter and 55 at bats. So it's Wesley Wright in to turn Profar around. 4-4 game, bases loaded here in the 8th inning. Back in a moment. They got 1 in the 7th. They scored the tying run here in the 8th after trailing 4-2. Now they're threatening to move in front. Wesley Wright in 53 games is 0-4 with a 3.92. He inherits 3 base runners.
And he's had his issues with left-hand hitters on the season, but for Jurickson Profar, he's been much better as a left-handed batter this year than he has it on the right side, hitting just 182 on this right side.
Wesley Wright making his club high 54th appearance of the year. Did not have a whole lot of margin for error. Beltre, Murphy, and Butler, the base runners. Profar takes it. It's ball one. He delivered a run-producing single in the 7th inning to pull the Rangers to within one. He's at 182, as Ash mentioned, against lefties. Wesley Wright has allowed right-handers a .250 average against him with 2 homers and 80 at-bats. Foul back. It's 1-1 to Profar.
Profar does have one of his 4 home runs from the right side of the plate.
Way outside, Castro reaching out to stab it. Jorge De Leon is getting loose for Houston.
Backhand side has been much better for Jason over the course of the season. It's that glove side that's given him the problem. This is a nice play.
Profar has been starting 4 or 5 times a week at different positions, DHing some of the time. Takes, and that's a ball to make it 3-1. And now Wesley Wright is in need of a strike or something close enough to get Profar to go for it.
Don't know enough about Profar yet to know if he's willing to take a second strike.
Broken bat, foul ball. And the bat really snapped on that one.
Not only was he not willing to take a second strike, but he swung at ball 4.
Right.
This fastball is nowhere close to being a strike.
Sometimes, especially with the young hitters, their over-aggressiveness can really cost them and the team. So anxious to get a hit that they can expand their strike zone even when ahead in the count. Now 3-2, 2 outs, runners move. Big pitch coming for Wesley Wright and the Astros now. Profar swings and fouls it.
Closer pitch, but again, kind of flirting out there off the outside edge. As Castro starts reaching on that backhand side, not likely that pitch would have been called a strike.
No, it appears that twice he has swung at what would have been ball 4. He swings and fouls it back with a vicious cut. Wesley Wright and Jason Castro confer on what might work to get Profar.
How daring are you willing to be? And at least to this hitter, Wesley Wright is not all over the plate with each pitch. Sometimes you just get confined to the fastball.
Crowd really into this confrontation. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-2. And it's ball 4. Forcing in the go-ahead run to make it 5-4 Texas. The pitch low to Profar. He gets his second RBI of the night, 17th of the year on the bases loaded walk. And that's the 4th walk of the inning.
And once again, the bullpen winds up being such a major issue. And I think a lot of times it's easy as fans to say, well, you know, the bullpen, that's not that critical. But you can have leads, as the Astros have had here in recent games, and not only do the leads get away, but then the game turns the other direction.
One to Martin. Martin is 0 for 4. 5-8-0 for Texas, 4-7-0 for Houston. The Rangers have left 5. The Astros have stranded 4. Josh Side in the 3rd of an inning allowed 1 hit, 2 runs, walking 1 with no strikeouts. 1-1 to Martin.
Leadoff walk in the inning set it all up, but 4 walks at this point.
Six walks tonight for Astros pitching. Foul back. 1-2. Rangers with 5 runs tonight now have scored 62 runs in 10 games against the Astros this year. That's a nice average. Martinez started to go, and he checked. It's 2-2.
Good job of checking by Martin, shortening up on the bat a little bit and helping him with that control.
A liner up the right field line, hooking, fair ball into the corner. Murphy scores. 2 runners home now, and a stop sign at 3rd, and they might have a runner hung up if the Astros can get it to 2nd, and they don't. A 7-4 Rangers on a 2-run double by Martin. Profar wound up at 3rd base with Martin driving in 2. That's his 13th double, giving him 26 runs batted in.
Pretty friendly hitting zone there for Martin to deal with. And hangs out the line shot, provides a couple of runs. With 2 outs, I'm a little bit surprised that Rangers didn't send for a 3rd runner right there. Oftentimes with 2 outs, that's the line of demarcation where you just send as much as possible.
Gary Pettis is the 3rd base coach. There with Martin. It's 7-4 Texas. Major League debut coming up for De Leon right after this. Well, as you see, the Astros had the lead at 1 point, 4-2. Moving to the 7th inning, Texas got a run in the 7th. Had scored 4 times here in the 8th to grab the upper hand, 7-4. Now we get a major league debut of Jorge De Leon coming in with runners at 2nd and 3rd here in the 8th inning. De Leon is 25 years old. He's from the Dominican Republic. He was converted. He was an infielder, converted to pitching in 2010. This year at Corpus Christi and Oklahoma City in 34 games. 0-3 with a 3.75 ERA. In 60 innings, he had 41 strikeouts, 17 walks. And he comes in to face Elvis Andrus, the 9th Ranger to bat in the 8th. Delivering at 95 miles per hour. It's ball 1. De Leon has been at AA Corpus Christi most of the year. 29 games there, only 5 games at AAA Oklahoma City, which was his highest level until today. It's out into center field deep. Back is Barnes. And that ends the 8th inning. A very productive one for the Rangers, scoring 4 runs on 2 hits. They received 4 walks along the way, and they lead it 7-4. Game Live presented by MD Anderson, making cancer history. And we see many changes now for Ron Washington. David Murphy stays in to play left field after pinch hitting for Gentry. And there is Leonis Martin. He's in center. He was the right fielder. Angel Beltre has come in. He's the right fielder. Mitch Moreland is the first sacker, taking over there for Jeff Baker. And pitcher number 2 of the night is Tanner Scheppers, working to Jose Altuve. Altuve's 2 for 3. Way up for ball 1. Matt Garza now can be the winning pitcher, going 7 innings, allowing 7 hits, 4 runs, walking 1, fanning 8. Altuve 2 for 3, a run producing double in the 4th inning. That's a strike to even the count at 1-1. Scheppers is 5-1. His ERA is 1.72. A low whip. Foul ball makes it a 1-ball, 2-strike count. And he has been in a lot of 8th inning situations for the Rangers. This is his 4th appearance against the Astros this year. He's 26 years old, from Mission Viejo, California. He went to Fresno State. Slider makes the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Matt Garza, also a Fresno Stater, could be 8-2 by the end of the night, depending on what this Fresno Stater does in part. It's 3-2 now to Altuve, with Castro and Carter to follow. Rangers now have out-hit the Astros 9-7. No errors in the game tonight. Texas stranding 7, Houston leaving 4. Strike 3 call. Strikeout number 9 for Ranger pitching.
Jose Altuve is not a guy to be called out very often, but he takes a fastball right up where you'd love to get it, generally speaking, and he's not pleased with himself.
Tanner Shepard's making his 52nd appearance. That's the most on the Ranger club. And his next hitter to face is Jason Castro, who has a homer and an RBI double in 3 trips. Batting average against Shepard is just .210. Castro fouls it, strike 1.
Jason Castro's getting some great swings tonight.
His home run in the second was a tape measure shot, 445 feet. He narrowly missed his second homer. That hit atop the left field wall in the 4th. 1-1. Shepard's pitched in 39 games last year for Texas. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Joe Nathan is the fine closer of the Rangers. They also have regained the services of right-hander Joaquim Soria. He's the former closer for Kansas City, who's come back from surgery. Their bullpen figures to be pretty deep if they can keep everybody healthy. 2-2, and they have Neil Cox throwing very well as a left-handed pitcher in the bullpen. In tight to Castro. That's a full count now to Jason.
Well, in today's world of starting pitchers going 6, maybe 7 innings, that back end of the bullpen becomes critical to a team that expects to win.
It's a foul ball. Now, this bullpen is certainly very large in the scheme of things for the Rangers. Only 6 blown saves all year for the Rangers bullpen. That is the low figure in the major leagues. Castro fouls it back. Shepard's had to miss a game in Cleveland after he was punched outside a bar in downtown Cleveland.
That wasn't the original story.
Okay. Castro works a 1-out walk.
Well, he claimed that he was jumped going down the street, and as it turned out, he was, according to the final version, I thought was the final version, that he had gotten in a fight in an establishment, and things didn't go his way.
Okay. Chris Carter is 0 for 3. Smacks that one foul, strike 1. Moreland, the first baseman, holding Castro. It's low to create a 1-1 count. That one hit Carter. Now 2 men are on, and the potential tying run will come up. Red Wallace.
After that gets done hurting, you say thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's got a chance of hurting for more than the evening.
Phone call goes out, and with the lefty hitting Wallace coming up next, Mike Maddox knows what the plans are. Does Shepard stay in? Could it be Cox coming in for lefty on lefty? There's only 1 out in the inning. Right-handed hitting Matt Dominguez on deck. Rangers appear to be thinking other than a 3-run homer by Wallace to tie this game. And it's strike 1 to Brett. Apparently, the Dallas Mavericks owner, Mark Cuban, is weighing in on Major League Baseball's treatment of Alex Rodriguez. Foul back. He said it was horrible, disgraceful what Major League Baseball is trying to do to A-Rod.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that story, and all I can say is really.
Mark was trying to buy the Texas Rangers a few years ago. Wallace is down on strikes. That's strikeout number 2 now for Sheppers, number 10 for Rangers pitching.
Slider just starts breaking in on the hands and bites under the barrel.
Cuban also submitted a bid to buy the Chicago Cubs in 2008. So Mark 0 for 2 in his attempts to purchase a Major League Baseball team. Dominguez 0 for 3. Brandon Barnes on deck.
I would say until you've seen the evidence, you probably don't have a full accounting as to what has gone on.
Oh, okay, you're going to be reasonable about this. It's ball 1.
Generally not in that corner.
You going to run for Judge or what? Bounce foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. I love it the way owners of one professional sports team weigh in on a different sport altogether.
And is the NBA actually completely clean? How about the NFL? We don't hear anything about the other sports.
That's a good point. It really is a very good point. That's called a strike. 1 and 2 might have come back to catch the corner.
This problem is only found in baseball. I can't buy that at all. Boy, that pitch appears to be well off the outside corner.
It did appear that way. And Dominguez on the inside offering, fouls it. Matt has been known to dial it up with late inning home runs against hard throwing relief pitchers. Cubs are leading the Cardinals 3-0. They're in the bottom of the 9th in St. Louis. Kevin Gregg's in the game for Chicago. Chris Russin was giving them the excellent start. Tigers and Yankees tied 3-3 in the 10th. In the dirt, Brzezinski handles ball 2 there out of the dirt, but not very well. He's slow to get up.
See what this ball decides to do. Up under that face mask and getting the neck, and that'll take you down.
He's been something of an Iron Man down through the years too.
Yeah, he plays. You really have to hand it to Brzezinski. He is out there and ready to go daily. Big guy, but a lot of big guys haven't been tough. He obviously is quite tough to be able to take what he takes on a nightly basis.
Really has to be. Dominguez back in for the 2-2 pitch from Tanner Sheppers. Now back out.
It's an amazing song and dance that gets going late in games.
Tango. Now ball 3. And with 2 outs, the runners at first and second will get a chance to go on this next one. Castro at second and Carter at first.
Well, we were talking about the Astros bullpen in the 8th inning and the 4 walks and the leadoff walk that led to the problems, but really not a whole lot better here for Tanner Sheppers.
Going line drive left field foul. Close to extra bases for Matt Dominguez.
Matt Dominguez puts the head on it, but he just get it out there too far in front. For red-hot teams, that's a fair ball. For teams that are scuffling, not exactly.
Isn't that the case? Two again, and it's ball 4 now, and the bases are loaded for Brandon Barnes. 2 walks and a hit batsman, so in this inning we've seen a whole lot of wildness by both clubs. We've had a total of 6 walks in the inning and a hit batter by both clubs. And now lefty hitting Mark Krause will come up to pitch hit for Brandon Barnes, who delivered a homer in the 5th inning and walked in the 7th.
Yeah, just go ahead and give the Astros a lead. It's gift wrapped out there.
Krause, a 176 hitter. We'll watch as Ron Washington comes out. He has lefty Neil Kotz. And with the bases loaded and 2 outs, he will not leave Sheppers in this game. Texas leading 7-4. We'll be right back. Two outs in the home 8th inning. Astros, Dynamo, Rockets, and more. We have all your sports news covered. Check out Sportsnet Central 7 days a week at 6:10 and midnight on Comcast Sportsnet. Your home for your home teams. Lefty Neil Kotz has worked his way back from Round Rock to the big leagues at age 33, and he's having a very effective year. In 34 games, he's 4-1. His ERA is 0.75. He has a whip under 1, allowing just 21 hits in 36 innings while walking only 13. That is a fantastic numerical look at Neil Kotz in a terrific season, Ash.
Yeah, and Mark Krause gets to swing left-handed against that stuff.
Oh, good. Bit of a challenge.
This will be a challenge. This young man has just put on some dazzling, we'll call it, dancing skills.
That drew a round of applause. Now Neil Kotz facing a 176 hitter in Mark Krause. Krause has 3 homers and 68 at-bats. As a pinch hitter, he is 2 for 9. And against lefties, 1 for 9. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Fouls it back. There's strike 1 as he pinch hits for Brandon Barnes here.
I'm good with that. You got a left-handed pitcher who's been throwing just outstanding, and putting hitters away. You get a chance to bat left-handed against him. You get that first fastball in the strike zone. Take your hack.
Kotz, formerly with the Chicago Cubs, went to Illinois State University. Throws that one low, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Neal was drafted by Oakland back in 01. He was traded to the White Sox. He played for both Chicago teams. In fact, with the White Sox in 05, pitched against the Astros in the World Series. He was the winning pitcher in Game 2. 1-2. In Game 1, he came in and struck out Morgan Ensberg and Mike Lamb with a 4-3 lead.
Hangs the slider right here.
In the final game, Game 4 of that 05 World Series, he came in with a man on third and retired Jose Vizcaíno. So he was a big help as the White Sox swept that World Series in 05. Fouled away, and it's still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. But then he had arm problems, had Tommy John surgery in 09, missed the 2010 and 2011 seasons. Last year pitched at Round Rock, and again this year for most of the season has been at Round Rock. He's on a run, though. He's had a 12 1/3 inning scoreless streak in his last 12 appearances. And Krause, going almost to a knee, was able to check his swing on that one. It takes it to 2-2.
Very dangerous from this position. Your face is exposed, everything as the ball runs up and in, and there's no way you can turn back to the catcher. You've committed.
Left-handed batters are 1 for 21 against Kotz in recent games. Foul back, and Krause stays in at 2 balls, 2 strikes with Elmore on deck.
Really good work on the part of Mark Krause.
It is.
Hanging in there to get a piece of that slider.
Kotz came up from Round Rock May 21st. He was the co-player of the month for the Rangers in June. Krause fouls it back.
But even to this point, this is a laudable at bat here by Mark Krause. Yes, you want a lot more out of it, but there are a lot of left-hand hitters who would not have dealt this well.
Krause, 25 years old, went to Ohio University, drafted by Arizona, traded in the Chris Johnson deal to Houston. And a strikeout for Kotz ends the Astros' 8th inning threat. With no runs, no hits, 3 men left, we move to the 9th inning, and the Rangers maintain their lead 7-4. Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Progressive. Visit progressive.com today. Rangers lead at 7-4. The Astros had a 4-2 lead. Moving to the 7th inning, Texas got 1 in the 7th and then put up 4 in the 8th inning as the Rangers batted around against the Astros bullpen. Now moving to the 9th inning. Mark Krause stays in to play left field after pinch hitting for Brandon Barnes. Bobby Grossman has moved from left field to center field. And Jorge De Leon, who just made his major league debut and got the final out in the 8th inning, retiring Elvis Andrus, comes out to open the 9th. Ian Kinsler to lead it off. He's been on 3 times with a single and a pair of walks. Astros have walked 6 in this game. Signed as a non-drafted free agent in 06. He was an infielder, converted to pitcher in 2010. Joe Nathan's warming up, the closer for Texas. Ball 1 from De Leon. In the air and out of play. De Leon, his first year as a pitcher, pitched at Tri-City. And in his very first experience, he struck out 29 in 28 innings. And in 2011, he was at Lexington. He pitched in 43 games and had 16 saves there. Slider moves outside. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. De Leon at Lexington in 2011 struck out 51 in 55 innings while walking only 13. Excellent numbers in his second year as a pro. The liner goes to left center field. Krause over. It's over his head, off the wall on 1 bounce. Kinsler gets into second, reaching for the 4th straight time. The 20th double for Ian Kinsler.
He's as flat juice as this one. He gets a fastball right through the heart and quickly gets the barrel to it. You know, we talked about it earlier. Kinsler, when on his game, and especially when he was a little younger player, one of the really outstanding offensive second basemen in the game.
Adrian Beltre bats next. He has a single and a walk tonight. That strike 1 call to Beltre. De Leon was outrighted off the 40-man roster last offseason. He made it back the hard way through his performance in the minor leagues. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bill Porter and Doug Brocail watching a good start tonight for Eric Bedard. 6 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. Late inning problems once again have surfaced. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and it could be looked at in a variety of ways. Part of it is that the Astros have not scored since the 5th. Three balls and a strike. Sometimes if a bullpen is struggling, an offense can pick it up and force that game to later innings, maybe on even terms, but in this case it's been all Texas with 1 in the 7th and 4 in the 8th inning and no scoring by the Astros since the 5th. Flashed into left field. Kinsler around third. Stop sign there, and Krause's throw is cut off by Dominguez. That ball was really rocked, and Beltre gets his 2nd hit of the night.
Well, it appeared to be another fastball that got a good chunk of the plate. Let's take our peek. You can see that Beltre was, as the players say, getting the head out and hanging it out. With nobody out, wise time to hold.
Ball got out to Mark Krause in a hurry, and he was charging it. That's what Pettis took in and put up the stop sign for Kinsler. Now Pierzynski bats. 11 hits for the Rangers. Infielders come in, double play depth for Altuve and shortstop Elmore. Pierzynski singled in the second and fourth innings. Fouls that one away for strike one. Well, we were talking about that 05 World Series with Neil Cox pitching so well. Of course, A.J. Pierzynski also had a hand in what was going on with the White Sox sweeping the Astros here. He drove in 3 in that World Series.
Don't forget about that scoundrel Jeff Blum.
Oh, that guy. Little chop. De Leon checks the runner, throws to first, but the run will score now to make it 8-4.
That's some heady work there by Ian Kinsler. And you wonder, might a bluff right there toward first base and then a look back toward third have amounted to anything. The problem with that kind of a notion is if the runner's not coming at all, everybody's safe. So you try to get one sure out, and sure enough, in the process, you give up a run.
Well, Pierzynski gets his 45th run batted in. Kinsler scoring, Beltre to second base to make it a 4-run lead, and Mitch Moreland's the batter. Moreland grounded out in the 8th inning in his first at bat of the night. And strike one to him. Debuts for 2 Astros relievers tonight. Chapman struck out the only man he faced, Pierzynski in the 8th. And De Leon works to a few. That's up for a ball. That makes it 1-1. It was a shutout win for the Cubs in St. Louis, 3-0. They got all 3 in the 7th inning to give Chris Russin his second win. Lance Lynn, the loser, went to 13-6. Kevin Gregg got save number 24. Skipping rope on that one. Moreland. 2 balls and a strike for De Leon. And the St. Louis Cardinals, with Tony Cruz catching tonight, continue to be without the services of Yadier Molina. That could really cost them.
I'd say at the time he went down, the likely choice for MVP in the National League.
That's a good point. Many thought so. Now McCutcheon's getting a lot of votes, so to speak, among those who want to be voting for it in the early polls. 3 balls and a strike. McCutcheon of the Pirates. Some think that Clayton Kershaw is in a strong position with his low ERA.
Yeah, he could go Justin Verlander and pick up the Cy Young and the MVP all in one.
Yeah. And that's a walk to Moreland.
Looking for a strike thrower.
7 walks tonight for Astros pitchers. For the season, the Astros pitchers have walked 431 in 1,008 innings. David Murphy, the batter, he drew one of those bases on balls. Murphy takes a look at it, and it's ball 1. David's in his walk year, as they say, could be a free agent. Rockies are pummeling the Pirates 10-1. They're in the bottom of the 8th in Colorado. That Pirate club has not been torched like that very often this year. Brewers 9, Mariners 2. They're in the top of the 5th at Safeco Field in Seattle. Diamondbacks 4, Mets 2. Bottom of the 7th inning in Arizona. It's 3-0. The Rays have a 4-0 edge on the Dodgers. They're in the top of the 5th at Dodger Stadium. And American League East race, Boston has a 2-game edge on Tampa Bay, with Baltimore 5.5 behind coming into play tonight. Murphy looks at it. It's a strike to make it 3-1. Yankees beat the Tigers in the 10th at Yankee Stadium 4-3. Despite Miguel Cabrera's 34th home run. Murphy out to left field, backing up Krause. Krause put on a fake, then it's off the bullpen wall. Now 1 run home without a play to make it 9-4. Murphy winds up at second with an RBI double, scoring Beltre, sending Moreland around to third.
There is no mystery, no intrigue at all as a hitter right now, wondering what they're going to see. They know what they're going to see. De Leon's having a tough time throwing strikes. We're going to get a fastball after we've seen a number of them. See if this ball might have been playable, and it was. That's that tough corner, and Mark Krause has not quite figured out that corner in left center here at Minute Maid Park.
Doug Brocail's going out. That's 9 runs on 12 hits for the Rangers. Angel Beltre will be the batter. It'll be his first time up tonight. Cha-Jun Lowe is warming up in the Astros bullpen. Alex Rodriguez was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts tonight for the Yankees in their 4-3 win in 10 over Detroit. Al Albuquerque was tagged with the loss. Mariano Rivera got a blown save. He gave up 2 runs in the 9th inning. And in fact, he gave up those 2 runs on a 2-run homer by Miguel Cabrera, his 34th of the year. Infielders come in close now for Beltre. Beltre takes a look at ball 1. Beltre's had 35 at bats with a .286 average, no homers, 2 runs batted in. That's in for a strike. That makes it 1-1. Beltre has excellent speed. He's a good butter. Known as a guy who throws very well. Came from the Boston Red Sox in 07. Eric Gagne trade. Along with David Murphy, 1 and 2. Grew up in the Bronx, even though he's a Dominican. And he went to the same high school, James Monroe, as Hank Greenberg and Ed Kranepool. Robbie Ross is getting loose for the Rangers. Beltre just came from Round Rock on Monday. Fouls that one back. There's Ross. And Alex Rios will be joining the Rangers for tomorrow night's game. Now he goes from the Chicago White Sox. Boy, did he pick up games in the standings. With a 43-69 record before tonight, to a club with a 65-50 mark as of right now.
He's a talented player too, Brownie. A guy that has some power in the bat, runs well, can steal bags, can hit for average, and plays around the outfield anywhere you want him. Likely a right fielder.
Nelson Cruz had excellent numbers this year. Ground ball, Altuve knocks it down and throws to first. That's out number 2. And Jurickson Profar comes up. Nelson Cruz with a .269 average, 27 homers, 76 runs batted in, had excellent numbers.
with that infield drawn in, nowhere to go at third base, and he, despite the bobble there at second base, he still can't change things that quickly. So 2 down now.
And it's Profar. Profar's driven in 2, an RBI single and a bases loaded walk. And Nelson Cruz and Johnny Peralta, with both of their clubs headed for possible playoff berths, are eligible to play in the postseason.
Melky Cabrera a year ago with the Giants did not find himself allowed by the Giants to play in the postseason. I wonder how these teams will play it this year.
Interesting to ponder. There's a little roller going foul and had some spin on it, but stayed foul. 1-1. I would think that teams would be extremely reluctant to bring back a player who had sat out a 50-game suspension. It would just be so difficult to hit playoff pitching after missing 2 months of the action.
Of course, I guess the question I would ask to that statement that seems very logical is, what about if it's Nelson Cruz, a guy who has been, along with Adrian Beltre, really the offensive kings of this Texas Rangers club?
And, you know, there might be injuries at the time that would leave a club really needing more offense. That pops out the mid of Castro and then out in front of the plate. So perhaps if the club was in dire straits, they might consider making a player who had sat out 50 games active for a postseason series. Really difficult to expect much.
Yeah, I would imagine, and maybe you know, that player during that time in late September is allowed to go down to the training facility in Florida or Arizona, wherever it may be, is he not?
I don't know, Ash. I don't think so. We'll have to check on that.
Well, if he's not, then all the more reason to think, well, it's just not logical to bring him on.
Yeah, to me, a suspended player is banned from using any facilities of any of the minor league clubs as well, but that may not be correct, so we can check him.
No, that's probably right.
Big cut, and there's a strikeout of Profar. In the 9th inning, though, Texas scores twice more to lead it 9-4. Five, 9-4, and Matt Garza was able to stay in the game despite allowing 4 runs in the first 5 innings. He was able to put up zeros in the 6th and 7th, so he is in line for win number 8 of the year. Jake Elmore leads it off here in the home 9th inning. Jake 1 for 3. Neil Kotz delivers, and there's strike one. He came in with the bases loaded. He got pinch hitter Mark Krause for the final out in the 8th inning. Our producer Perry Furman was clocking the 8th inning. He informed us that that inning alone took 1 hour tonight.
I think his clock's slow.
It's a 1 ball and 2 strike count.
That may have been the longest hour I have found myself witnessing.
Popped up. Kinsler. One out.
Been a number of players doing this lately where one guy's catching the pop fly and the other guy's acting like he's doing it.
Yeah, that's what shortstop Andrews was doing. I think they're just messing with the broadcasters.
It's all about the broadcasters, obviously, right?
One down, and it's Robbie Grossman now. Robbie gets another chance to extend that hitting streak of 10 games. He's 0 for 4. Hits one out to right field. Beltre in. Whoa, Beltre almost did a face plant. 2 outs.
Turn the routine into the comical. Yeah, Robbie gets that good swing from the right side. I actually think he's got a chance to be a very good right-hand hitter. And if he maintains what he's picked up recently from the left side, watch out.
1 out remaining. Kotz has had 1 save in the majors. That was April 30th, 06 against Anaheim. Came in with the score 7-4. LJ Hose taking, and that's strike 1 to Hose. Hose 1 for 4 tonight, a double in the 4th inning. It's a 1 ball 1 strike count. Tomorrow brings game 2 of this 4-game set. Derek Holland, the lefty, in search of win number 10 against Brad Peacock. Ball 2 strikes. Cox trying to get the final 4 outs in this game. And the slider is ball 2. Goes foul past Dave Clark at third. Rangers would go to 8-2 against Houston with a win tonight. It would be 6 wins in a row for them at Minute Maid Park after losing on opening night. And if they win this, their overall record against the Astros goes to 50-32. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Altuve on deck. It's a liner on 1 hop off the glove of Kinsler. Tried to short hop it, but didn't make the pickup, and Hose is able to reach first base. Hit hard by the Astros right fielder.
Not sure this was exactly the kind of effort by Kinsler that teammates applaud. He's kind of hanging with his feet and then a little bit of an ole act.
We did not see any teammates of his applauding that play.
No, there wasn't a single one as I counted.
We'll see if the official scorer applauded it. He gave him a hit. And then going to second base, Hose on the pitch to Altuve. That's hit number 8 for the Astros, and Hose has a 2-hit night. Altuve takes that one as well. Hits a looping liner into center field. Hoes around third, coming to the plate. Altuve has an RBI single, and it's 9-5. Third hit of the game for Altuve. And his second RBI gets him to 39. That's a new single season high for him in the big leagues.
Well, Kotz suffers the pain of an earned run against him right here, simply because the Rangers didn't move a first baseman kind of up in the general direction of first.
Yeah.
Fielder's indifference comes around like this. I've talked to pitchers through the years, and they just grumble and gripe about this sort of thing.
So Nathan is warming up. It's Jason Castro batting. Castro has a homer, an RBI double, and a walk. And Moreland will move in behind Altuve a little bit at first, but playing well off the line. He's just breathing on the back of Altuve's neck to make his presence known. And that's strike one.
You apparently have some binoculars that are better than mine.
You remember that, though, from school days? There'd always be one guy who'd come up behind you and do that.
I remember the days when, well, break out the pins. They thought that was pretty cute. Yeah. Hate to even bring that up. I'll start a new trend around here.
That guy who tapped you on the shoulder and then disappeared.
Elusive son of a gun.
Swing and a miss, and Castro with the strikeout ends this game. A game in which the Astros worked their way into a favorable position with a 4-2 lead. After 6, they gave up a run in the 7th. Then the big 4-run 8th really pushed the Rangers over the top, on their way to a 9-5 win in 3 hours and 58 minutes. Rangers now have won 10 of 11. They go to 66 and 50. They take this one 9-5.